was a grave mistake to let in so many people of totally different cultural and religious and concepts, because it creates a pressure group inside each country that does that.
Government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded. Welcome back to another episode of Shtick with Koolfrogg Live.
Happy Monday.
And it's Faulkner. What's up? How you
Hey.
doing?
See, I told you I'd be quick.
No, you good. It is interesting as it is. It kind of said something to Miss Faulkner here, and is she sent me something the other day for the JD Vance, that if she sent me things that were interesting enough, that I'd insert them into what be the show. Sup, Crumble? So, there's a couple things from her. I don't know about the JD Vance thing, but there's a couple other things. Good to see you, Crumble. Anybody else that's around, if you're around listening, you're like, oh, there's a show? Yes, there's a show. It's right here on Rumble for the most. That's where it's suited for the most. YouTube, go fuck yourself.
YouTube.
We are on locals. Oh wait, are we not on Telegram? Oops. Push the button.
Push the button.
Forgot to push the button. And button pushed. Telegram. Anybody that wishes. If you're not already in the Discord, you should get yourself in Discord. That's the easiest way to figure out where I'm at and where I'm going to be. I usually have the tendency to shield myself, but not always. Like tonight. Because sometimes that happens. Well, we're gonna get there. We're gonna go ahead and post a Discord link. Fuck you, YouTube. You don't get one. You want a Discord link? There's a Discord link. You can take yourself over to Rumble and grab the Discord link. It's free. I don't make anybody ever pay for a damn thing because I don't want them to. But on that, I'm like $3 away from cashing out for the day. So I'm like, all right, well, something's got to happen to make that work, right? And no campaigns available. Oh, I got to wait till there's 10 people. That's right. Get 10 people in the room. Let's go. Go. What? 5? All right, there you go. Let's go. All right, let's do something. So, y'all understand, know me very well. If you've been listening to this channel, I have the tendency to understand moon patterns, feel to the point where like I know like a week ahead of time, whatever. It's whatever.
Like period.
My body chemistry clicks with the moon for whatever stupid reason. That object that's over there, that they're projecting the same image on. I don't fucking know. Fuck me. Rare blue supermoon lights up the night skies globally. Fucking globalists.
Globally. I'm going to have to go out there and look at it.
It's from The Guardian, too. They said globally. Is there images? Apple Poseidon. All right. Over Turkey. It's just a huge, normal-looking moon. What makes it a blue moon? It's the second one in a series of 4 of supermoons. That's why. It's so the third. I, mind perplexing things as we get 4 supermoons this year. This is the third one. This third one. So it kind of fun to actually understand if you get into that. Some people do, some people don't. Like I said, I feel it. I feel each one of those moons as they come through, whatever. Was it
I
two
definitely
moons ago?
feel the
You made
crazies on the road when the full moon is out.
right, right, exactly. 2 moons ago, you guys, y'all know, you made me the moon frog thing or whatever that I use for most everything. Because I was a bear. I was a bear. So I mean, moon patterns really are a thing, and it's something that I have the tendency to pay attention to. Um, y'all out there, and you're like, why are there so many wackadoos out? It's because the moon's full. The moon's full. That's tonight. It's tremendously huge. Did
Is
you
it
see it?
tonight or tomorrow?
No, it's tonight.
Oh, you're right. It is tonight.
Yeah.
Damn, I need to go look at it.
That's the only
Hold on.
reason that I threw that up there at the very
Go out
beginning.
front and take a picture of the moon.
You got a chance to go take yourself a
Yeah,
good look at that big moon that's coming through. It's pretty tremendous. Mine was cloud covered and storm whatever. Yesterday's was fairly large, from what I've seen. Hopefully, I get a chance to look at it eventually. We got
Sending my kid
thunderstorms.
outside to go look.
There you go. There you go. Get a nice view of a celestial event or that object over there or whatever it is that you like to call it. um, first things first. First things first. Simpsons. Simpsons predicted it again. 5 dropping future events. This is something that was found by Faulkner here. This was posted 3 days ago on the movie Sure. On the movie Sure. So I mean, it's out there. You can actually find these 5 jaw-dropping events that they predicted. We'll see what those are. I seriously have not watched this, so I have no clue.
Since The Simpsons predicted some major events that came true in the real world, let's take a look at some of the most interesting predictions they made.
Well, I mean, what are I thought these were supposed to be new. Predicted
They are.
again. Oh, they are? Okay, because I know that I've seen some of the old ones and that they've predicted some. Uh, we actually did you? I don't know if maybe you were here. We watched the last one that we watched or whatever it was, where they predict Trump's thing or whatever, and they show president from what 2016 to 20 whatever
Yeah, I sent you that link.
2028. Right. Yeah, that one. So that's what I'm like. So this is all new, or you don't know? You said
I think
you
it's
don't
all
know.
new.
There's Trump coming down the escalator. Lisa, female president. We'll just play it.
From A God's Return to Colonizing Mars, the beloved animated show seemed to have foreseen it all. Let's get started. God's Return. In one of the most iconic episodes of The Simpsons, our beloved characters tackle the age-old question, when is God coming back to Earth? In an episode, we get a sneak peek into a world where the rapture has taken place. We meet Seymour, a Christian limo driver, and Mr. Thompson, a devout husband who is absolutely freaking out because his baptized baby is missing. Shauna, another character in the episode, drops the bombshell about the rapture, and suddenly, everything is up in the air. Miss Baloo chimes in, letting us all know that rejecting God and accepting Satan is a big no-no, and as a result, we're all in for some apocalyptic punishment. It's a classic case of, we told you so, but let's not get too down in the dumps just yet. Ivanka Trump's presidency campaign. Since they predicted Donald Trump becoming president, it's hard not to suspect that their next prediction won't come true as well. In a 2016 episode, Homer wore an Ivanka 2028 campaign button, implying that Trump's daughter Ivanka would run for the highest office in the land.
So, I mean, this one was in the last one. I remember that.
Ivanka was?
I thought so. Maybe I'm wrong.
I thought they were just
like
talking
the
about a
picture.
woman
I
president,
like the
but I
picture
didn't.
though. I had to stop
Right.
because I'm like AOC, Ilhan Omar. There's only 4 of them in the picture though. That's the thing. Do you remember there was originally like 8 something?
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that aren't there. I'm pretty sure the other 2 that are in the picture aren't there.
Then, in 2017, The Simpsons threw shade at Ivanka again by marking her father's
At least one of them. One of them, because the lady from Missouri, because it was what Corey Bush and why can't I think of her name? I can think of dude's name that didn't get it, but what the fuck ever. Yeah, she's from like Missouri or whatever. She's the one that. Oh, what the fuck? Come on, chat. Come on, chat. Will on the chat. The chat will get it.
Are you talking about in
Barb?
2016?
Barbara? No, one recently that just got primary.
Oh, Haley?
No. The one. No.
The girl?
The in the picture on the desk.
Oh,
There
oh,
was
oh.
Ilhan Omar, AOC. Who were the other 2 girls that were in the picture? That's pretty much what it is. Is one of those girls is not any longer part of Congress. The one that was out of Missouri that I can't think of her name, she got primary within the last couple of weeks. She's not on the ballot come November.
They said I forgot the loser's name.
I forgot the name.
Do we care?
I mean, I understand.
We don't
No,
care. We don't care.
kind of because you know the picture's there. The picture's there. So you know some of the predictions off.
100th day in office, with an episode showing her substituting Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the Supreme Court, while fashioning a robe and earrings from her collection that you could buy for 1,000 rubles. It's amazing how The Simpsons can be so ahead of their time when it comes to predicting future events. Who knows? Maybe Ivanka Trump will run for president in 2028, just as they hinted in their episode. Solar-powered car invention. In this episode, Lisa invents a car powered by solar energy to enter the race in the Alternative Energy Derby. However, things don't go as planned when Duff Beer decides to block out the sun, causing her vehicle to stop just a few inches from the finish line. People gathered around Lisa, pointing and laughing at her apparent failure, but hold on a minute, there might be a deeper, more complex theme at play here. What we're witnessing is the success of an alternative, green, and renewable form of energy being sabotaged by a blimp belonging to a huge corporate entity.
That's fun. That's fun because we know that Bill Gates has actually been talking about trying to block out the sun for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was already, like, in motion.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. For a bit, it's like I'm pretty sure he's got enough scientists and willpower and whatnot behind him that he's, you know, if he's not successful in his own life, that the Bill Gates Foundation will, so that his name can be put in the sky. Bill Gates. That's what he wants.
That guy
That's what he
scares
wants.
me.
He wants his name permanently in the sky.
It's like a
Everybody looks up
psychopath
and
in
says,
charge of a lot of shit.
Bill Gates, thank you. Thank you for being such a jackhole butt munch that can't do a fucking thing.
Cory
That's
Bush.
funny. Cory Bush. But what was the other one's name? That's my question. There's 2. There's 2. I already named that name. Masculine Cargo 7 Games. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. I don't know if I say hi to everybody. If I didn't say hi to you, say hi, Frog. I mean, I'll say hi again.
Duff beer. This could symbolize the advanced suppression of green
Jamal Bowman. Thank you.
energy by corporate interests in the past and continuing into the future in our world. It's fascinating to see how The Simpsons can tackle such complex and relevant themes in their episodes.
That's not the one that was in the picture, though. That's why I'm concerned. Who's the other one that was in the picture?
Who knows? Maybe this episode will serve as a wake-up call for us to be more conscious of our energy sources and corporate influence. Female president. Although it didn't happen with Hillary Clinton, America will eventually have a female president. In fact, even The Simpsons seem to agree. In an episode called Bart to the Future, aired in 2000, Lisa Simpson becomes the President of the United States in the future. The episode also made a prediction about Donald Trump becoming the president, which turned out to be true. So who knows? Maybe the prediction about Lisa Simpson becoming the president will come true too. Interestingly, in the episode, Lisa makes some passive remarks about inheriting a budget crunch from President Trump, who was the previous commander-in-chief.
This one
It's
was
always
in there
fascinating
for
to
sure.
see how pop culture can sometimes predict the future. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hope to see a female president ruling the United States soon. Colonizing Mars. It seems like everyone in their
No. Just
No,
because
what?
you think that it'd be cute to have a female run be president of the United States, let's not.
I don't think there's any good females that could be the president right now.
I mean, sorry,
Let
I wouldn't
alone-
even vote for you.
Fuck off.
I'm just saying. I mean, and I appreciate you, and you know, for really seriously, I wouldn't vote for my wife. I wouldn't. No, nope, not doing it. I just seriously repeal the 19th. Let's do it. Let's make you human. Just as well as us, as opposed to being some
I'm
divided
gonna be a
group.
silent partner.
And then and only then will I say, okay, fine. Maybe we can actually have a female president. Because then we're not using stupid bullshit rhetoric that they're actually throwing around right now. Because that's exactly what they are. They're like, oh, we don't know what a female is. But we should be very, very, very allowing of such. Nope. Because we're going to end up with Big Mike. No. Your mental faculties are already fucked. We don't need you running the country. No way. Sorry. Not voting for a woman right now. And I'm sorry, most men aren't really all that mentally with it. Just saying.
I'm
Look
not
at
laughing.
what your Joe Biden was. I mean, Donald Trump, all right, but such a bad judge of character. I don't know what the fuck his problem is. Over and over again. Does the same thing. Sorry. Like looking at myself and I'm like, oh, it's kind of dark, isn't it? Can't really see me. They're like, hey, Frog. Got a light? Oh, we do. There. Now maybe you can see me.
Their dog wants to go live on the Red Planet and start a human colony there. But as of now, it's still a dreamy dream that hasn't come true yet. Did you know that even The Simpsons tackled this topic? In one episode, Lisa and Marge were sent to Mars to build a habitat there. Marge wasn't thrilled when Lisa signed up for a one-way trip to Mars and decided to tag along to prevent her daughter from going alone. But guess what? The whole Simpson family ended up signing up for the expedition. The idea is to colonize Mars before 2026, according to Exploration Incorporated.
Whatever happened to that car Elon sent to Mars?
It's still on its way there.
Fucking 10
No,
years later?
I don't know. I really don't. I really don't. I think it's one of the dumbest things to actually try saying that we're going to try colonizing another planet for some reason. I really do. I don't understand it. It's, I mean, I get it. The world could potentially end at any point in time, but I'm to the point where it's like the only thing that's really going to seriously end it is ourselves, the idiocy of ourselves. Like somebody's going to actually push a red button and watch everybody else do the same thing. Like,
Yeah.
it just seriously.
Did you see what Putin put out today?
I did not. I didn't go to world politics. I didn't
Oh,
have enough time.
inviting anybody who wants to get away from the globalists and the corrupt people to come live in Russia.
Is there stipend? Will you pay us to come?
There is something in there, some kind of assistance.
Crumble. I
Unfortunately, the takeoff failed, and Lisa and Marge only made it to Mars in 2051. And you won't believe what happened next. Lisa announced that she wanted to move to Venus. But if we ask Elon Musk, the Mars colonization is definitely happening in the near future. So who knows, maybe we'll all be living on Mars or Venus soon. It's amazing to see how a cartoon series can sometimes be so spot on when it comes to predicting future events. Whether it's the return of God, a solar-powered car invention, or even colonizing Mars, The Simpsons seems to have foreseen it all. Who knows?
All right, that's it.
Maybe some of these predictions will come true, and we'll look back at this episode and say, The Simpsons did it again.
maybe. I mean, it's a great way to start a show. Put us
Well, I
in a
just
little bit of a better mood than a bad mood, because usually I take us to like world events.
saw a 10-year Air Force switch to Russia. Huh?
And I didn't go there really, for the most. I tried to stay away from the world events because I knew that there was a little bit more political stuff going on. Elon Musk's rightward turn includes a fringe fascination. Civil war! And not here in the United States, really. Tech billionaire Elon Musk has repeatedly prophesized the future civil war related to immigration. Musk has posted about the subject of social media platform X at least 8 times in the past 10 months, according to the review of the post at NBC News. And his posts usually include a specific prediction. He thinks that Europe, in particular, is headed toward a civil war due to the arrival of refugees from other continents. Musk's interest in the subject of civil war poked into public view earlier this month when he weighed that the anti-immigration street riots happening across Great Britain, civil war is inevitable. We all just like making predictions nowadays. I know it was from a few days ago, but whatever.
I think
Left-wing
there's
media,
too many pussies in this country to have a civil war.
left-wing media is finally picking that up. They're like 16 days later. 16 days later. I really seriously. These motherfuckers. This is the left. This is the left for you. Remember what they've been doing for the last several years? Taking things down, ripping statues out of parks because they're like, they're racist. They're racist. They're this, that, they're other. They're okay. When it comes to quote unquote civil rights, it's all right to erect a statue, huh? 12 feet of them. 12 feet of Representative John Lewis stands where the Confederate monument used to. Oh, you actually put the racist John Lewis in the place of somebody else that was racist before him.
Of course.
You freaking idiots. They just don't think. They're just like, let's put something up. We need to put something up. Located in a prominent public space, its presence bolstered white supremacy and faulty history, suggesting that the cause of the Civil War rested in the Southern honor of the states' right rhetoric, instead of the real catalyst, African American slavery. This monument is similar to ones that were created. If y'all remember, I'm pretty sure I covered a slew of different statues that have been torn down in the past several years, or a couple of years anyway. And all of a sudden you're just like, Lewis died in 2020 at 80 years old after being diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. Gee, I wonder where he got that from.
July 2020?
Say it again?
July 2020?
Yeah. They just don't know what they're doing. They think they do stupid things. Why? No, I'm not going to do this one. Sometimes, I think that I should do fat of things, like extra things, just to do it. But sometimes I don't realize how much I actually throw in there until all of a sudden I'm like, wow, we don't need to do that.
Donald Trump may be experiencing some buyer's remorse when it comes to Project 2025, which he has claimed to not know anything about, according to a recent piece in Rolling Stone entitled Trump.
Oh, no. They did another piece on the Project 2025. And I'm like, he seems to not understand that this is his thing. Oh, is it? Are you sure? Because I don't think it is. He says it isn't. What's Agenda 47?
Trump flipped out that lunatic Project 2025 could tank his campaign. One Trump source describes the former president as practically having birthed the Project 2025, while another source describing his outrage as yet another example of Trump getting exactly what he wanted and then being annoyed when his own actions come back to haunt him.
What are the
Joining us
sources?
now, senior political correspondent at Rolling Stone, Aswin Subsang. Swin, what does your reporting show? What's going on with this?
Well, as Trump and his top people in his campaign have tried to distance himself, so to speak, from Project 2025 and the grossly unpopular policies that are embedded in its large policy book, he has put out an array of statements stating that I have nothing to do with it, which is, of course, just factually not true at all.
Yeah, he just lies. He just lies all the time. That's all Trump knows how to do, is just lie. Everything he says is a lie. He's totally running this Project 2025. I mean, literally not running it. Most of us that have actually heard of this refuse to read it, because we're not going to go dig into 1,000 pages of ignorance of something that's just not true. You go ahead and you can spit it all you want.
He knows exactly what he is, and a lot of his top lieutenants over the years have worked directly for the project.
Your microphone's not working very good, bro.
When he has said there are things in Project 2025 that I find
you need something on your wall behind you.
Rolling Stone decided to go about
just stop the echo.
Trying to figure out, okay, what policies specifically can you tell us that Donald Trump?
Which kid's room did you steal, and or what the fuck? Why is there nothing on the walls? Why is everything laying down? You see that he's got all those pictures laying down.
Maybe because they're pictures of
Scared?
Trump. They're pictures of Trump.
Scared of something? You're in national media, bro. What the fuck?
Trump that caused him to have this meltdown. And what we found was very shortly before he put out a statement in early July, he was talking to some of his closest aides and confidants almost exclusively, if not exclusively, about the
almost if not
policies that are
okay. Close enough.
To this day, Donald Trump still fears, no matter how much bluster and bravado he puts in public about how he is definitely going to win the 2024 presidential election, he still fears deeply and believes that Project 2025, and in particular the abortion-related policies within it, could potentially tank his 2024 presidential ambitions, which would, of course, make actual prison sentences for Trump much more likely if he doesn't win back the White House.
That made you excited? It made you excited that somebody could potentially go to prison because of ignorance of others that want to weaponize the justice system? Huh?
That doesn't surprise you?
I mean, no, not really, but still. What an ignorant fuck. Hitler. Everything he says is true. Oh. Okay. I'll change my mind about this man. Lamau. Rule of thumb. 9 out of 10, whatever the mainstream media tells you is complete opposite of what they tell you 10 to 10 times. Yeah, almost every time, 100% of the time, they're lying.
November. Obviously, in Project 2025, there are abortion-related policy prescriptions that have to do with abortion surveillance, implementing what would essentially be a de facto national ban, and also
accidentally suave
abortion bills. So this is not stuff that plays well even in Pretoria, as people would say.
Swin, Elise Jordan here. I was surprised to read in your reporting that questioning Kamala Harris's racial identity wasn't just Trump going rogue. It actually is a strategy that the campaign endorses.
Yes. There are a lot of moments throughout the years during his administration and during his presidential campaigns where Trump will go off the rails or do something, and then you have an abundance of leaks from his top aides saying,
he went off the rails.
Please anonymously put in the newspaper that.
When does.
I was about to say, have you ever seen him go off the rails anywhere, anytime? No.
These motherfuckers are just deranged. They got it bad. They got it so bad they can't help themselves.
You do not like this. This is something different and more complicated. No matter what some of them try to spin now or in the future, particularly if this does not work, this is an instance where, according to our reporting at Rolling Stone, the people who really matter within his orbit, including at the most senior levels on his presidential campaign, are with him. They actually think it is smart politics to go after Kamala Harris as a quote-unquote phony in invoking her mixed race identity in that attack. There are even some top advisors to Trump who feel that this might even help them shave off parts of the black vote that is already skeptical of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So if this ends up backfiring on them, and they start to distance themselves from it and say, oh, this is just a Donald Trump show, that is not the case. I can tell you with extreme confidence that that is the case. And one way I know that is because we at Rolling Stone had been hearing for weeks, if not months, that this was something that some of his top lieutenants were considering deploying on the campaign trail if it was Kamala as the nominee instead of Joe Biden. So they can't really put that.
Senior political reporter at Rolling Stone, Aswin Soup saying, thank you.
She cut him off. She's like, "You're done. You're done. I don't want to hear any more about whatever it is that you have to say. Thank you. Thank you for pushing rhetoric for us so we didn't have to."
Well, they kind of egged it on there a little bit.
Right.
The whole Kamala color.
Kamala color.
Yeah. Something like that.
What?
Okay, this is what you get when I get a gummy in me.
Oh, you did take a gummy.
I did.
Okay.
That's why I said I'll be right back.
All right. No, you're good. Did you take a full one?
I did.
Oh, nice. Perfect. Getting hot.
Yeah, see, Scotsman gets me.
We'll take a look at the 4 states that New York Times Siena College polled over the past week, and I want you to take a look at the key in the yellow, all within the margin of error. So we got Kamala Harris up by 5 points in Arizona, Georgia Trump up by 4, Nevada Trump up by 1, and in North Carolina, where Democrats want to play, you see Kamala Harris up 2 there. Bottom line is 2 states where Trump is ahead, 2 states where Harris is ahead, but all within the margin of error. Tight. Now, what's key here is who would you rather be in this situation? Who has the momentum? And I want you to take a look at these states in the aggregate, all right? This is the Democrat versus Donald Trump, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina. You go back to November of 2020 across these 4 states, Biden and Trump were essentially tied. But
what happened to Wisconsin and Pennsylvania? Why don't you want to add Wisconsin and Pennsylvania? Because those were also big, huge average states of polling. Wait a minute. Why did you leave those 2 out? Oh, because it shows that Trump is up in both Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So
I'm
for you
surprised
to actually throw
Pennsylvania.
2 more states in there would have shown that, oh, indeed it's not a tie. They're not showing all of it. Oh, he's Sunbelt states. I'm sorry. That's why those 2 states aren't on there. He's Sunbelt states. He made it. Why do they make it about this? Fuck you. Never mind. Lick my balls. You done.
They're just pushing that whole, they're so close, so they can go in for that steal at the end.
I got a huge storm going on. It's loud.
I hear it. I thought you were
That's so
typing there for a second, and I was like, wait a
No,
minute.
It's another hailstorm. And that's why I'm just like, the window's like behind everything right here. So it's like,
Please don't break.
well, I mean, there's a blackout insulated whatever in front of it. So, I mean, for the most. But holy man, is that it's freaking loud. It is. That's amazing. I didn't really think that it was that loud.
Yeah, when it's in your earpiece in your ear. Definitely.
Yeah,
loud.
it's right in my ear. And that's why I'm like, I'm just going to sit here until it stops, because usually it does within minutes or so.
Sounded like it stopped.
It's still raining, but the hail stopped. I can hear it. It's so windy up here.
While Democrats hold their convention in Chicago, former President Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, are planning a series of counter-programming events beginning tomorrow with a Trump speech on the economy in York, Pennsylvania, while Vance campaigns in Philadelphia. Joining me now is Trump ally, Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina. Senator Graham, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here. Let's start with some of the concerns that former President Trump's allies have.
I mean, if I sat down with Meet the Press and they said, welcome, thank you for showing up, I don't know if I would actually be so chipper as that rhino. That rhino. He just knows what to do all the time.
He knows how to kiss ass, for sure.
Hope everyone got the daily. I mean, I've been paying attention to my coffee intake and when it's okay and not so long after meals. And
have had about him not staying on message in the way that he is talking about his new rival, Vice President Kamala Harris. Here's what Nikki Haley had to say about that. Take a look.
The campaign is not going to win talking about crowd sizes. It's not going to win talking about what race Kamala Harris is. It's not going to win talking about whether she's dumb. It's not, you can't win on those things. I think the campaign needs to focus. That's the main thing. Look, this is a winnable election, but you need to focus.
Senator, do you agree with Nikki Haley's assessment?
Yeah.
I'm just as much of a rhino as she is, if not more so. I think I would have to agree that if he doesn't change his ways, yeah, he's done. No, I mean, it's kind of concerning, really, that, you know, that those that should be behind him aren't. They're really not. Tim Pool's Gay Music. Good to see you, my man. Doing well. Hope everything is going well for you.
Yeah, I don't think I don't look at Vice President Harris as a lunatic. I look at her as the most liberal person to ever be nominated for president in the history of the United States. She's going to the Soviet Union playbook to lower prices called price control. She wants to eliminate private health care. She's for reparations. She's against fracking. She's for the Green New Deal.
She's against fracking? I guess she would be, wouldn't she?
Yes, she is.
On and on and on. So I would make it about policy. A nightmare for Harris is to defend her policy choices. Every day we're not talking about her policy choices as vice president, and what she would do as president is a good day for her and a bad day for us.
And of course, her campaign has said she's actually not opposed to fracking. But the broader question here, right. Senator Graham.
Senator Graham's looking puffy. Yes, too many Oreos. Porta fuel cells are not good for you.
How can you be for the Green New Deal? Wait a minute. How can you be for the Green New Deal and not be opposed to fracking? That's BS.
Okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Let me ask you, big picture, bottom line me here. Do you think former President Trump should stop talking about Vice President Harris's race and intelligence?
Even he calls her a liberal when she's not, huh? I mean, he said that she was communist, really. He's like communist playbook. She's the most liberal.
Yeah, I think in my view is that me and Nikki need to go to Georgia. We're giving advice on TV to President Trump. He's got a lot of critics. He's got a lot of advisors.
Oh, yeah, let's listen to him.
To Nikki Haley and DeSantis and Youngkin and all these great people we have, let's get together and actually campaign for the guy rather than just give advice. But in the advice giving column, here's what I would say. President Trump can win this election. His policies are good for America. And if you have a policy debate for president, he wins. Donald Trump, the provocateur, the showman, may not win this election. So I'm looking for President Trump to show up in the last
80 days to define what he will do for our country, to fix
He
broken
has.
borders, to lower inflation. The numbers that Americans are living with under Harris Biden are terrible. Policy is the key to the.
Oops, I bumped the wrong button. I don't know what I pushed.
What fucking planet is he on? He is saying all these things.
Yeah, he's saying a lot of weird things. Okay, you're streaming on YouTube? Yeah, been on trying to liven it back up. I don't know why. Fuck you, YouTube. I mean, liberal's not the same as communist. No, I know that. I'm just saying he put it as communist or whatever, and I agree. I agree. She's not really liberal. They really kind of they like to push the same labels and names as they always used to. He should just straight up call her a communist.
Dictator.
Because she's not really liberal. I agree. Because if you actually look at who's liberal, Lamau, you'd probably be closer to somebody like myself, I guess. According to others, I don't know. I don't get it. But nowadays, liberal means to support insanely detrimental things. Right, exactly.
Yes,
but if we actually went and we looked at where the center is and where liberalism was and what they're calling liberal now isn't the same. Right, I agree. Isn't the same. So if it's like liberalism is almost to the right, you know, and from where they're actually sitting at, these motherfuckers, communism, socialism. I hate socialism. It drives me nuts when you.
I can't believe there's actually people for it. Oh wait, those are the ones that are getting paid.
I was gonna say I don't think there really is anybody that is for it. I think the regime that is the upper echelon of people,
the stakeholders,
are making something out of it, like it. So they're going to continue to push it and as much as they can. So now, you know, we were speaking of the socialism and the upper echelon and those who make the money and those that don't. After going through this thing the other day, and I cleared out my cupboards, whatever, like took anything and everything that had something that had to do with high fructose corn syrup or sugar or anything that was not necessary. And I kind of look over it and I'm like, who do you think made something on what? To my wife. And she's like, I don't like talking about this stuff. I'm like, I know, but look at this. The housing industry also made money off of it because it's just like, oh, now there's only one cupboard out of 3 that is actual edible food.
Well, I'm surprised you even have one.
Why? We're not like broke.
No. I'm just saying, going through all the food and checking, it's like there's not much food left that isn't bad to eat.
And that's the thing is we went to market today and actually grabbed a whole bunch of fruit and vegetables, whatever, so that for the next few days. I have a watermelon to cut up in the morning. Got a couple mangoes sitting there. Like actual good food. Stuff that's gonna actually give you sustenance, protein, and or give you fiber, something that's gonna fill you up and taste good. And he's excited about it. So I'm like, all right, fruit party. So I mean, when it comes down to it, you got certain things. You start changing your ways and you start eating better. You'd be surprised
How better you
how
feel.
little you don't need.
True.
Like, I don't know. I was really surprised. All the stuff that I walked out of that store with, that was pretty much 4 bags worth of grocery and fruit and vegetable. I only spent $40.
Wow, that's pretty good.
So that's when, like, I know it needs to be consumed.
Did you go to the
within
dollar
next 3 or
store
4
or
days.
what?
I know that it needs to be consumed in the next 3 or 4 days because it's, you know, fruit, vegetable. It needs to be eaten. But we have stuff for meals. when you don't think of that stuff, you don't really care. You're like, there's Doritos.
Ew. Yuck.
Right?
No, thank you.
That's what I would focus on. Policy.
I'm sorry, I bumped it. I say Doritos because there's a thing where Kamala walks into the convenience store with her husband and a couple others, and he's like, "Here, I got you." She's like, "Oh, good, there they are." And she's got a small bag of Doritos. It's like, ugh. It's gross. I think I have it. I don't know. I'll find it.
Policy is the key to the White House.
All right, let's talk policy. Of course, we did get new inflation numbers this week, their lowest level since 2021. But I do want to talk to you about policies. Former President Trump talking about tariffs when he was at a rally in Pennsylvania yesterday. Of course, his proposal to impose tariffs on all goods coming into the United States. Take a look at what he had to say.
A tariff is a tax on a foreign country. That's the way it is, whether you like it or not. A lot of people like to say, oh, it's a tax on us. No. It's a tax on a foreign country.
Senator, do you acknowledge what almost every economist agrees to, which is that ultimately consumers bear the burden of tariffs?
In theory, yes. But how do you?
So, like, if there's a bunch of rhinos, because it is a Governor Sununu, does he show up in here? Or is this is all this wackadoo? We're gonna speed this guy up because he's so slow.
You get people to change their behavior.
Governor Sununu said something.
You put a tariff on their products. I want to put a tariff.
Trump needs to stop with the rhetoric, with saying certain things or whatever, if he wants to actually win. They think that he's hurting himself.
On every country who buys oil from Iran to stop them from buying oil from a terrorist country. So if you're Russia and you're China and you're buying oil from the Ayatollah going around sanctions, I'd like to put a tariff on products coming into America so you'd stop helping a terrorist. Here's Trump's policy on tariff that I embrace without hesitation. Whatever you do to us, we're going to do to you. His number one view of tariffs is reciprocal. If you put a tariff on our products, we're going to put one on yours. Let's try to eliminate tariffs to the extent we can. That makes a lot of common sense to me. Trump was strong against China. He actually put tariffs on China's cheating practices, and they changed their behavior. He threatened to put tariffs on Mexico unless they helped us with immigration, and they actually did. Tariffs as a tool to change behavior can be good.
Well, just to be clear, the Nonpartisan Tax Foundation determined that those tariffs that you mentioned imposed some $80 billion of new taxes on consumers. So just to be clear, you would support his plan to impose tariffs on all goods coming into the U.S.
Just to be clear. I support his idea that whatever a country does to us on tariffs, we're going to do to you. So if you make a car in Europe and we put a 10% tariff on it, and we make a car in America and sell it to Europe, and they put a 30% tariff on our cars, we're going to 30%. That's the Trump policy. That makes eminent sense to me. So out there, to those who are watching what Trump may do in the second term, I think he will use tariffs to change behavior, and I think he will try to impose tariffs on people, impose tariffs on our products. Let's all go to zero if we can.
All right. Well, look, we are all about to watch what happens at the Democratic National Convention. I want to talk about something that happened at the Republican National Convention. The Republicans rolled out their platform, and on the issue of abortion, it did not call for a national abortion ban for the first time in 40 years, Senator. You, of course, have supported a 15-week national ban on abortion. Here's what you said about the platform right before it was rolled out.
If we change our platform and we buy into the narrative being pro-life is bad politics, being strong for the Second Amendment is bad politics, we're going to be net losers because the people who believe like we do are going to abandon us because we've abandoned what makes us different.
Senator, do you still think the party's new position is a mistake?
No, I think what they were able to do is kind of thread a needle here. They talked about, the unborn child has a constitutional right to life. President Trump is a states' rights guy with exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother. I believe most Americans want those exceptions. They're opposing any law that makes a rape woman carry a child. Like 80% of Americans are against that. But also most Americans are against late-term abortion. But he's our nominee. He believes the states' rights approach is the way to go. The platform I'm okay with. We'll continue to have this discussion. But we're not going to win or lose based on abortion. We're going to win or lose based on, can we change the policy trajectory of this country? Can we lower gas prices? Can we control the border? Can we lower your food prices? The good news is we can because we did. We're not going to the Soviet Union playbook to fix the problems of America. We're going to capitalism, American competition, entrepreneurship, and common sense to lower prices for America.
Senator, would you
I don't believe him. Sorry, I just don't. I don't believe him. I don't believe him anyway. I don't know why.
What did he say that you do not believe?
Can't believe
I know he's a
anything.
piece of shit.
I tried to listen to 15 minutes of Lindsey Graham.
Do I get one of those stop buttons? When
Do you
you
get a
play
stop
something I
button?
don't like?
I mean, that's debatable. I'll take it into effect for sure.
Great to be in North Philly. God bless you all. Let me just give a few
Please
shout
tell
outs
me you
here
say
to
something.
some of my friends who are along for the ride with us. First of all, we got the great Republican Party head in Pennsylvania here, Lawrence Thomas. Where's Lawrence at? Give Lawrence a round of applause. Here's over here, okay? We've got the great Jeff Bartos. Where's Jeff? Helping us out a great deal in the state of Pennsylvania. And then all the way from Missouri, we've got the great Eric Schmidt, I believe the tallest Republican United States Senator. Where's Eric? Also thrilled to have Ambassador Carlos Sanz here.
That makes sense. They directed everybody on CNN and everything else to the Sunbelt states, the states that were away from where anybody else would have been trying to actually campaign or not for any reason. Because if they would have looked up, they would have actually seen, oh, the other guy's doing something in that state. They did it on purpose.
So thanks so much for being here. Let me just talk a little bit about what this election is all about and what's at stake here. Because unless we start making some better decisions, we are going to take the greatest opportunities that God could give any nation. We've got the best people, we've got the best workers, we've got the best natural resources, and the most beautiful country anywhere in the world. America is ready to be unleashed. But to do that, we've got to kick out Kamala Harris and bring back Donald J. Trump.
Say something good.
Now, we're here, of course, in a great facility.
7 thumbs up, 1 thumb down.
The
Way to
leadership
go.
company here
I'll
at the
smash
end.
that.
And what I'll do here is give a little bit of a background on why we're here in North Philly, and then I'll take a few questions from reporters, and I'd love to bring up a couple of local business leaders to sort of bring it home and talk about why we care about these things that we care about. But look, we have a country that is being failed by its present leadership. And don't let anybody gaslight you here, because Kamala Harris is running around the country and saying that on day one, she wants to bring the cost of goods and the cost of housing under control. She says that on day one, she wants to make groceries and homes more affordable for American citizens. Well, Kamala Harris, where have you been? Because you've been vice president for about 1,300 days. Day one was 3.5 years ago. You should have been doing your job then and not promising to do it now.
Right, because her promising to do now, this means she's still going to continue to pretend that she's going to continue to do something and not do it. We know. Thanks for telling us, JD. You're so smart.
He's really
Not
boring
Tulsi.
at rallies.
Not Tulsi. I'm not Donald. I mean Donald. No, I didn't really care for the guy.
He does. Don Jr. can talk though.
Yeah. Still kind of for Ben Carson, but whatever.
Not gonna happen.
Let's just take stock of the economic record of Kamala Harris. Electricity is up 30%. Food, that's right. Food is up more than 20%. Gasoline is up 50%. And this is all because of the policies of Kamala Harris. This is a person who's promising that she's going to fix the very problems that she has been creating for 1,300 days. And now she wants the American people to give her a promotion. My friends, I think it's time for the American people to say to Kamala Harris, you are fired. We want Donald J. Trump. Now, the other thing that I find interesting about Kamala Harris's campaign is that even though 99% of the mainstream media is in the tank for her, right? I mean, look, remember, these are the same group of people that told us for 3.
Jay Gibson over on the YouTube side. Welcome. If you haven't done so already, you can tell YouTube to go fuck themselves. Find yourself over to the Rumble. That's where the best stuff goes on. Yeah, we have the tendency to say, fuck you, YouTube. Ben is too quiet. I agree. He's kind of quiet, but I think that was the one of the few things that I kind of liked about him is say less. Say less. Not always do you need to say all the things. Like this guy. This guy likes to talk too much about his personal things, and because he likes to talk too much about his personal things, it makes me think about all of the other personal things that he doesn't like to talk about that are probably more legitimate and reasonable to actually question than any of the stuff that he actually does talk about. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All them financial ties to Peter Thiel.
Yep.
3.5 years that Joe Biden, who couldn't complete a sentence, was Albert Einstein. Now they want us to believe that Kamala Harris is Abraham Lincoln. You see the completely dishonest coverage. But even despite that, Kamala Harris is running from them. And I think a little bit like a campaign really is an extended job interview with the American people, right? So this is a person who is asking you, the American people, for a promotion to President of the United States, but she refuses to sit down for an interview, even with the extremely friendly media. Now, is that a person that we should reward with a promotion? No, I don't think that it is. And I think that if you're terrified to sit in front of completely sympathetic, biased media, then how can the American people ever trust you to sit in a room with Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or the leaders of the world that the president has to deal with? Now, let's just take stock. Let's take stock of the Trump record, not just the vision, because Donald Trump isn't just going out there making promises about what he wants to do. My friends, he already did it. And didn't we have a hell of an economy when Donald Trump was president? Here's what we're going to do. We are, first of all, going to unleash Pennsylvania energy workers. We are going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to stop buying energy from tin-pot dictators all over the world who hate this country. We're going to start buying it from our own land, from our own people, from our own workers, and that's going to start on day one of the Trump presidency. And when we do that, my friends, we're going to bring down energy costs, not just for American families and American consumers. We're going to bring it down for American manufacturers and American businesses like Dysor, where we're sitting right now. Now, these guys, I mean, Kamala Harris talks about how she wants to stand for the little guy. And
what's Dysor?
What is it?
What's Dysor?
What are you looking up?
What is Dysor Systems? This is what he's talking about. He's talking about the boxes that are behind him. You see, they say Dysor.
Oh, what is it?
I don't know. Medical waste management.
Systems? Dysor?
Leading medical product manufacturers that distribute superior quality medical products around the globe. That, huh? Yeah.
SORB.
Safe Sorb, fluid solidifier. Yeah. Some 10,000 small businesses use it. Kind of interesting. All right. Medical supplies, like it would solidify liquids. One of these things, whatever. So let's take him down for a moment. What the heck is this?
A medical. Oh, it's a medical waste management.
Yeah, medical waste management.
Okay,
Top
so
quality medical waste management solidifiers. When you look into it, they're like partners with leading medical product manufacturers to distribute superior quality medical products around the globe. Dysor is an unwavering commitment to quality to efficiency that is driven through the ISO 9001 2015 certification. Dysor Systems is a premier manufacturer of liquid medical waste treatment products of the world. When you look at the fluid solidifier, it's a fluid solidifier which is formulated to be preloaded in an empty suction canister before the procedure starts and allows healthcare personnel to solidify waste without compromising the integrity of the closed suction system for increased safety, convenience, and accuracy. I mean, that's some massive cleanup shit. So, I wonder what he's tied to.
I'm sure his venture capitalist company is definitely invested in it, right?
I don't remember what the name of the venture capital was. I don't remember. My brain's not.
Nari Capital.
Naria, yes.
Naria.
Yes, Naria. Yep.
Are you having that stoner moment?
Uh-huh. It's kind of nice.
we can't see that screen.
Oh shit. It's kind of nice. kind of finally get myself to that point where I'm like, all right, pains are no longer something that need to be tried to be managed at the second. I can actually like comfortably
going to unleash Pennsylvania energy workers. We are going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to stop buying energy from tin-pot dictators all over the world who hate this country. We're going to start buying it from our own land, from our own people, from our own workers, and that's going to start on day one of the Trump presidency. And when we do that, my friends, we're going to bring down energy costs, not just for American families and American consumers. We're going to bring it down for American manufacturers and American businesses like Dysor, where we're sitting right now. Now, these guys, I mean, Kamala Harris talks about how she wants to stand for the little guy, and yet her energy policies have driven up the cost of energy and food for everyday citizens. She says that she wants to bring American manufacturing back to this country. Well, Kamala, if you really, really want to bring American manufacturing back to this country, might I suggest you vote for Donald J. Trump. Get out of this race and bring back a president who knows how to do it. Remember, when Trump was president, when he became president for 16 years, this country had lost 60,000 factories. That was the record before he became president. He becomes president over 4 years. We had 12,000 factories. Undid a lot of the damage, and he's going to undo a lot more of it if we give him another 4-year term. Are we going to do that? Absolutely, we are.
Scotsman said, "Is this the campaign?" Yeah,
we've got to stop the Chinese and everybody else from undercutting the wages of American workers. If you want access to American markets, you ought to deal fairly with the American working people, union and non-union alike. We are going to stop the Chinese from building their middle class on the back of the American middle class, are we?
As well, in a different area.
We're going to unleash American energy, which drives down the cost of manufacturing. It also makes it possible for a lot of poor families to heat their home this winter. The thing that bothers me so much about Kamala Harris's policies is that real people suffer when she refuses to do her job. Real
But you're one of them.
No, he's not. He's above us. We're just hillbillies.
No, but when he talks about Kamala Harris not doing things.
Oh. Sorry.
You talk about other people not doing things also often, but are you doing things that really seriously benefit all of us? Or are you about JD Vance? Or whatever your name is.
People. Ladies and gentlemen, I grew up in a poor family. I remember talking with my mamaw during very cold winter nights about how low could we turn the heater and still be able to live comfortably in our house that night. That's the conversation that American families have every single day when you have a vice president like Kamala Harris who's raising energy prices instead of lowering energy prices. It is a disgrace. I think whether you're rich or poor, if you work hard and play by the rules in this country, you ought to be able to afford to heat your home on a cold winter night. Ain't that right?
So, Thomas?
I think if you work hard and play by the rules, whether you went to college or didn't go to college, you ought to be able to work in a job that respects your dignity and pays you a good wage. And I believe whether you're the owner of a company like Dysor or a worker in a company like this, you ought to have a president who stands up for your business and your job instead of a vice president, Kamala Harris, who's been trying to tear all that stuff down. So here is the Trump plan. Again, it's very simple, and it's not just a plan because he already did it. Number one, we are going to stop the reckless spending that you've seen from the Kamala Harris administration, give more Americans more of their hard-earned money, and stop this affordability crisis. We are going to cancel these ridiculous regulations that make it hard to manufacture and build things in the United States of America. Just today, I read about a power plant regulation coming from the Kamala Harris administration that would shut down a ton of American power plants. Who's going to benefit from that? The Chinese. Now, they say they care about our environment, but if you're manufacturing more and more in China, the dirtiest economy in the world, you're not benefiting the environment, you're not benefiting American workers, you're maybe benefiting Kamala Harris's donors, but you're not benefiting the American people. We're going to unleash American energy, make this country energy dominant again. Donald Trump already did it. We're just going to do it one more time. Now, I want to bring the press up here to take a few questions, but before I do that, I just want to offer a few observations and a few remarks on the state of this campaign. Number one, I already said this, but I'm going to repeat it for our friends in the back. It is disgraceful that Kamala Harris pretends to run for the presidency of the United States, but she refuses to stand before the American people without a teleprompter.
Can you just talk to us? I mean, I don't care. Don't care about Kamala Harris.
Stand between them. Kamala, what are you so afraid of? The American people are good and kind, even if they don't like your politics. Why don't you get out and talk to them? If you want to be... If you want to be the people's president, you ought to be willing to stand before the people and answer a few tough questions. I don't think that's too much to ask, is it? Now, speaking of, she has got quite the running mate, this guy, Tim Walz, who...
Yeah, he's just a little weird. I know. Guy from Nebraska claiming to be from Minnesota. Oh, I mean, never mind.
Oh, thank you, Thunder.
Tim.
Oh, thank you, Thunder.
Mm-hmm. He came in and said happy birthday.
And I'm one of those that likes to forget because I'm stoned all the time. And you knew that.
I knew that.
I told you to say something. That's what
Well,
I
it's
say.
actually on the 20th, but I'm sure
Actually, on the
it's where he's at. It's
that's what
already
you
the
did say.
20th.
Oh, so we got another out. Okay. Technically tomorrow.
I still have another 2 hours.
Technically tomorrow. You ain't go to bed yet.
Well, I swear, before
You're not going to celebrate in 2 hours, are you? Oh, you kind of are.
Why do you think I took it? I'm like, why not?
Before the end of the campaign, Tim Walz is going to be talking about how he was carrying an M16 through the jungles of Vietnam. But this guy, everything that comes out of his mouth about his military service is at least 25% a lie. And, it occurred to me, the closest Tim Walz has ever come to combat, even though he says he carried a weapon in war, the closest Tim Walz has ever come to combat is when he let rioters burn Minneapolis to the ground a few years ago, right? But he acts like such a tough guy, my friends. I don't know if you saw this, but Tim Walz said that he would debate me anytime, anywhere. So he threw out October 1st, a debate moderated by CBS, which I'm sure is going to be in the tank for the Democrats, but who cares? Because I respect the American people to go before hostile media. But when he says he'll debate anytime, anywhere, he apparently didn't mean in mid-September, because I offered him a debate in front of CNN, not exactly friends of me and Donald Trump. And you know what Tim Walz said? No thanks. Because they are hiding from the American people. My message to Kamala and Tim Walz, but especially to the American people, is the American people deserve to be led by somebody who is willing to get out there and talk to people. Kamala and Tim, stop hiding in the basement, get out there and campaign. We'd all appreciate it quite a bit. Now, like I said, I'm going to bring up a couple of these great business leaders, but before we do, I'd like to answer some questions from primarily local Philadelphia press. We've got to get out of here and go to cheesesteak. We're going to go get a cheesesteak after this, right? We are in Philly. But any recommendations? Okay, all right, okay. Steve's has got some partisans over here. But let me say, let me ask the local media here. If you're from the local media, raise your hand first, and then I'd like to answer a few of your questions. If we got time afterwards,
we'll get to the
folks.
Chinese.
It's very bright, so it's hard to see y'all. But ma'am, I believe in a black shirt. Yes. Here we go.
Rosemary Connors from NBC Philadelphia. Senator Vance, what's your message to Pennsylvania voters on abortion? Has your opinion changed? Do you think there should be a national ban, or should it be left up to the states?
Look, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Look, first of all, I think it's important to be honest about what Donald Trump and I are focused on here. And what Donald Trump and I are focused on is making the American dream affordable again for Pennsylvania families. That is what we're focused on. Look, on the abortion question in particular, what President Trump has said has been very direct. And I think honestly, he's tried to find some common ground in this country that has been divided by this question for 50 years. He said, look, Pennsylvania is going to want to have a different abortion policy from Ohio, which is going to want to have a different policy from California. Let the states decide. Let the people in those states decide. And I think it's important to point out just how different Donald Trump's common sense approach is from our opposition. Because these guys are talking about taxpayer-funded abortions up until the moment of birth. That is sick stuff. Whether you're pro-choice or pro-life, I think we can all agree that we do not need to have American taxpayers paying for abortion at 33 weeks of pregnancy. It's gross. And the final point that I'd say on this is President Trump and I believe very, very deeply that we want Americans to feel like they can afford to have families again. The biggest problem that we have in this country, you talk to young women who have a pregnancy, especially an unexpected pregnancy, and a lot of them feel like they don't have options because how are you going to feed a baby in today's economy? How are you going to house a baby with rent where they are? We want to make American family life affordable again, and I think that's the best way to promote a culture of life in this country.
How many ops are too many options? Do they have any better questions?
Thank you all. Again, local PA reporters first, ma'am.
Hi there, Aaliyah Schneider, the Philly Inquirer. How often can we expect you to be in Pennsylvania, and where are you getting your cheesesteak and why?
Well,
the mall.
Pennsylvania is an incredibly important state to me and President Trump. It is a state with a proud energy tradition, a proud manufacturing tradition. We believe that if we make more stuff in America, Pennsylvania workers and Pennsylvania families are going to benefit. So we're going to be here a lot, taking our message to the whole state, because who wants to make more stuff in the United States of America? Who wants to build more factories in the United States of America? Who wants to rely on American workers and not on Chinese workers right here in the state of Pennsylvania? This is a very, very important state for us. Right Ladies right here.
JD, Wittgenstein, Delaware Valley Journal. what is your position and President Trump's position on Israel and the Gaza war?
Well, look, our position is pretty simple. It's that the best thing for Israel and the best thing for the United States is for this war to be over as quickly as possible and for Hamas to be destroyed in the process. And what I don't understand.
How does that happen though? How do you destroy Hamas and end the war at the same time?
Kill
How
everybody
many?
in Palestine.
Huh?
Kill everybody in Palestine.
Kill everybody in Palestine? No. This goes back all the way to General whatever his fuckface's name is, that said 10 years after Clark, 10 years after 9/11, they're still having issues as what their initial plan was, and reason why that was actually a thing was to actually go after Syria, Jordan, Iraq, Iran, and I don't know, there was like 6 or 7 others, I don't remember, but it was it doesn't end with Hamas. You think Hamas is going to be the end? No fucking way. They're going to try wiping out the whole damn thing. What do you think Afghanistan started?
That's what I'm saying. They want the land.
They want all of it.
Yeah. They want to,
Well, you just said Jerusalem. It ain't going to be Jerusalem. It's going to be the whole damn thing. The whole Iraq, Iran, freaking all the way up and around through the whole goddamn Israel, Jordan, whatever else, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the whole freaking region. Because why? It's a religious thing. It's a religious thing. You know that's what it is. That's why they keep on pushing it. They hate it. Trump had Abraham Accords and had the most peace in the Middle East than anybody ever. And then this motherfuckers come walk in here, and now he's just going to say, yeah, it happens when... Huh? It's not going to happen the day that Trump takes office and he actually says, stop? Oh. Good to know. Good to know. I thought it was supposed to stop.
And is you have Kamala Harris, who says that she's really concerned about civilian casualties. Well, I'm very concerned about civilian casualties too. But if you're concerned about civilian casualties, you want the war to be over as quickly as possible, and you want to destroy Hamas's ability to fight. She's pursuing policies that are doing exactly the opposite, prolonging the war as long as possible.
Iran's behind all this shit. I actually said that for a few months. I'm like, it's all Iran, it's all Iran, it's all Iran. But you have to actually think who's actually funding humanitarian aid, funding Iran, that's actually been able to fund that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's us. That's the United States of America.
And not allowing Israel to finish the job against Hamas. It's the worst of all possible worlds. Donald Trump is going to return strength to the American foreign policy scene. And just one more observation about this. This is especially to anybody watching who is skeptical of Donald Trump, who remembers when the American media said that Donald Trump was going to start a nuclear war. Did anybody notice that the country and the world were at greater peace under the presidency of Donald Trump than anybody, Democrat or Republican, who came before? It's kind of amazing, actually, because I remember when all of you, meaning the media, all the media said that this guy was going to start World War III. We are on the brink of World War III thanks to Kamala Harris's leadership. We're going to get strong American leadership back in there to bring a little bit of calm back to the world. Pennsylvania? I love this. Who is this guy? We need to bring him on the plane with us.
Senator,
yes,
on
sir.
July 21st, Donald Trump was ahead of Joe Biden by 4.5% in an average of polls in Pennsylvania. Today, it's a statistical tie between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. One, do you believe the polls? And two, if you do, how do you get that ground back?
Well, look, I don't believe the polls when they say that we're up. I don't believe the polls that say that we're tied. I don't believe the polls that say that we're down. Our job is to win the trust of the American voters, not public opinion polls. I think... Look, what I think, and I saw this in my own race for the Senate, I remember when all the public opinion polls in August said that I was going to lose my race in the United States.
I mean, why didn't you just look at it and be like, why don't you take your polls, shove it up your ass, because that's where it belongs. It's just a poll. Anybody can conduct a poll, create a graph or graphic of sort, that would show your Venn diagram or something, so that you could appease somebody in any way, shape, or form. Kamala, just saying, you like your Venn diagrams. We can make a Venn diagram that shows that you're losing, bitch.
And I won in a pretty convincing fashion just a couple of months later. I believe that the media puts out these polls knowing that it's going to depress turnout, that it's going to make the conversation about the polls. Who cares what the polls say, whether they say we're up or we're down? What I care about is that Americans can't afford groceries. That's why we're running, and that's the problem that we're going to fix, and that's why Donald Trump, I believe, is going to win the state of Pennsylvania. He's going to win the whole country. PA?
John Cole, Pennsylvania Capital Star, based in Philadelphia. As you talk about the economy, what does the Trump-Vance ticket believe the federal minimum wage should be? If Trump gets a second term, would he support raising it, or should it stay the same? And is there a specific number that he would support that?
Well, look, President Trump believes very strongly that the best way to promote raising Americans' wages is with tight labor markets. When an employer has got to pay a good wage to attract the right people, and the way that you destroy, whether you have a higher minimum wage or a lower minimum wage, the way to destroy the wages of American workers is to import 20 million illegal aliens and let them stay here with work visas. Kamala Harris's entire economic approach is to pursue policies that destroy the wages of workers, that raise the cost of goods, and then to say, well, don't remember that I've been vice president for 1,300 days, but when I get out there, somehow I'm going to wave my magic wand and fix all the problems that I caused. Nobody believes that Kamala Harris can do that. And why do we have? I'll tell you, y'all may not pay as close attention to this as I do, but when you look at, there's this chart out there, and it tracks the wages of American workers against the size of government and corporate profits. And what was happening is that for a very long time, corporate profits were doing just fine, and government was getting bigger and bigger. But who was really struggling? The wages of American workers. And then there's this thing that happens where the wages of American workers sort of shoot straight up. And what happened was Donald J. Trump became president. Because when you have companies that have to hire American and have to buy American, that lifts up all American workers. I don't care if you set the federal minimum wage, whatever you want to set it at, call it $30 an hour, and you let in 25 million illegal aliens, nobody is going to make $30 an hour because the illegal aliens are going to undercut the wages of American workers. You want to raise wages, build more in America, buy more in America, and send the illegal aliens home, and that's exactly what Donald Trump and I are going to do. I'll take one more question, and I'd like to bring up a couple business leaders. Ma'am, maybe right here in the front.
Nikki Dementri with CBS Philadelphia. Senator Vance, you've been in Philadelphia twice in about 2 weeks. This is a city, though, that is run by the Democratic Party, has been for quite a while. Why do you feel this city is so important for the campaign, and can you win it come November?
I think we absolutely can win it. We're going to win the whole state of Pennsylvania. And Philadelphia, look. I'd ask voters in Philadelphia and across the whole state a very simple question. Has your life been better off under Democrat leadership? Have your communities gotten safer under Democrat leadership? Have your wages kept up with affordability under Democrat leadership? And because the answer is no, I think that Americans, Pennsylvanians, and the citizens of this city are ready for a change. They're ready for the presidency of Donald J. Trump. All righty. Now, on the topic of Americans being ready for a change, I want to call up a couple business leaders who have built great businesses right here in Philadelphia. And I want to start with the leader of Dysor, where, of course, we're sitting right now. Ted, come on up here. Give a round of applause for Ted.
Thank you very much, Senator Vance, future Vice President Vance. It's an honor to have you here with us today. I got to tell you quite honestly, I didn't know a lot about Senator Vance until he was nominated for Vice President. I've come to learn quite a bit, and I'm beyond impressed. He's the guy we need, along with Donald J. Trump, to lead this country the next 4 years. On a personal note, because we're both former enlisted military, I thought I was doing okay myself, but this guy here is blowing me away. So it's very impressive, sir. Thank you again for coming.
Ted, I appreciate the kind words and appreciate this great company that you built. I now want to call up, and Sam, don't be mad at me if I screw up your last name here, but Sam Theavanayagam. I got it? Okay.
No, you didn't get it. You didn't get it. You got it wrong. You just said something because you're like, I think that's what it was. Nope. We need a snack break. Just kidding. We really don't. You know who does? Snack.
Oh, Dougie, there they are. Yeah, thank you.
I know you want this.
And got Doritos.
It almost looked like Gavin Newsom over there.
I really like Doritos. Doritos are the best. Please give me some more orange cheese. dust, powder, stuff that can kill me. Please. How much more orange Cheeto dust can we get?
See corn nuts over there,
Isn't this
Tim?
it?
Oh, yeah, that's
the
big.
There you go. I got you. I got you the big bag. I know what you want. I know what you want. You don't want the little
Don't
bag.
go there. Bad frog, bad.
Over there. She asked for corn nuts?
Yes, she did.
Corn nuts over there. Are the corn nuts over there? Yuck! Ugh. Disgusting. Some people. I mean, how is that for you? Did that make you
Hot sauce on Doritos. Ugh.
what?
Well, Thunder says don't forget the hot sauce. And I've seen people do that, put hot sauce on the Doritos.
Oh yeah. No, like not just hot sauce, like other things though. Like seeing like a walking taco on a bag of Doritos, type situations. Mm-hmm. What?
Walking taco?
Yeah. You know what the hell that is?
No.
Oh, it'd be like, like as opposed to of actually having like a taco shell, you use the bag of Doritos and you just put your taco meat and all your fixings on top of that.
Ooh, gross.
I mean, it's not bad, but it's very, very bad. Very, very bad. Don't eat the Dorito. All the other stuff, like the taco meat and all the fixings. Oh yeah, you can eat all that. Tampon Timmy with the side of Doritos. He gave her the big bag. He gave her the big bag. They're all gonna go sit in the back of their limo, chowing down on Doritos,
And
looking
corn
at
nuts.
it like
And
they're
corn
not
nuts.
gonna eat the Doritos and the corn nuts. Come on now, they know better. Don't. I don't believe that they actually. I really don't. I
Yeah,
think
they
that there's
do.
something wrong. Good to see you, Mermaid Messiah. Dems came home, and it's hard to watch stuff sometimes. Not you good. I get it. That's why we put ourselves on multiple different platforms. Telegram, YouTube. Yep, I said it. Fuck you, YouTube. All 0 of you watching. 31 watching over here on Rumble. Smash that thumbs up button, y'all. You know you want to. Let's see here. Oh, let's see. I don't know how long we'll make it through this. We'll try.
What's Trump? Oh.
Donald J. Trump. Says he talks for an hour? He doesn't talk for the whole hour. Come on, play.
Lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget.
Reminds me of Mitt Romney's cheesy grit speech. I need to hear that. Good to see Hans. Great liquor. What up, man?
Who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American.
That look.
I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died.
You see that face behind him? Look at that.
Right? I know.
Sorry, this is creepy.
It's weird. It's weird. You know what really weird though?
What?
Dude, it's a shame as a taco. What? Huh? The fuck is that supposed to mean? I think you know what we say when we say taco. I think we're kind of confused on what the meaning of taco is. NC Native, what up?
This is quite a place. It's an honor to be here at Precision Custom Components, a company that has helped to build and defend America for over 150 years. That's really an extraordinary achievement. I want to thank you, President Gary Butler, and members of the wonderful Butler family, members of Congress, Scott Perry and G.T. Thompson. You're here someplace at this very big factory, wherever you may be. There you are. Great people, great warriors, I will tell you. My trade representative, Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, who's fantastic at a thing called trade. We did very well at trade, and you were fantastic, and I want to thank you, Bob, very much. And Chair of the York County Commissioners, Julie Wheeler. Thank you, Julie, very much. Thank you. And a very special congratulations to all of the people of York County today who are celebrating the 275th anniversary of York County's founding. That's pretty good, huh? That beats most of them out there. But most of all, let me thank the exceptionally skilled and talented.
Beats most of them? That's probably more than most. Like, I mean, I get it. New York would have had a couple, but I mean, I think there was a lot that were created later on to make things smaller and easier, as opposed to, I mean, I just remember when I first lived in Dakota County, Minnesota, we did the history search on it. That Dakota County was the largest. That it actually took itself from all the way up in Minnesota down to Missouri and up and around. It was considered a county. So, I mean, when it comes down to it, you have to really look at, I mean, he just likes to say things. Sometimes things need to be said.
Workers with us in this room. I know you well. I know them from all over the country. They come and they are the most talented people and the most brilliant people in so many respects. So thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. For generations, the handiwork of Precision Custom Components has strengthened the spine of America. Your products have gone into the Hoover Dam and atomic energy plants, nuclear submarines, and they currently are doing a lot of work. I'm here today to deliver a simple message. When I'm back in the White House, America's future will be built right here in Pennsylvania. And it will be built by American workers like you. All over the country will be building, but Pennsylvania is always a big factor. And we've had great success, as you know, politically and otherwise in Pennsylvania.
He looked kind of nervous as he said that. This dude like double blinked 3 times.
He's just, I can't look at him. He's like making my head spin. He's just too weird.
I'm like, did you just question what Trump just said? Made by Americans. Oh. Oops. Watch his eyes. I'll go back with you.
Okay. Your products have gone into the Hoover Dam and atomic energy plants, nuclear submarines, and they currently are doing a lot of work. I'm here today to deliver a simple message. When I'm back in the White House, America's future will be built right here in Pennsylvania. And it will be built by American workers like you. All over the country will be building, but Pennsylvania is always a big factor. And we've had great success, as you know, politically and otherwise in Pennsylvania. And we expect to have it again.
You see,
he doesn't smile at all.
His blinking patterns change. Like,
Yeah.
like,
Oh my God,
he's
he
very,
really
very
needs
bad at
frog.
poker. Very, very bad at poker. This would be the guy that you'd be like, you want to come play poker? Because I'm going to whoop you each time. Each and every time. Because this dude is seriously, he's like everything, he's like blinking off of things that Trump is saying. He's like, oh, that's not true. We don't just employ people from the United States. It's just the majority of it. So that way, you know.
We're doing very well here. Thank you very much. With your vote, We will unleash explosive economic growth and vast new prosperity for all of our citizens. We will
I
put
can't
more
get a
money
job
into your
shit
pockets and
anyway.
create millions and millions of new jobs. We're going to do it like nobody else has ever
everybody
been able
wants
to do it.
illegals.
Our plan will massively cut taxes, unlock American energy, slash regulations, big factor, crack down on trade cheaters and stop outsourcing, rebuild our industrial base and bring back those beautiful words, made in the USA. And we were doing that 4 years ago and starting to do really well. And then we had to stop for an unknown reason. Together, we will reclaim our nation's destiny as the #1 manufacturing superpower in the world. We will do it. And China won't even be close. Nobody will be. We had that going at a level that nobody's seen before, and we're going to have it going again even better. And this firm and this people standing behind me and in front of me will be a big factor. Every policy in Kamala Harris's radical liberal playbook sends jobs and wealth to other countries. The jobs go to other countries, and the wealth goes to other countries. Every policy in the Trump agenda is designed to bring the jobs and wealth back home to America, where it belongs and where it's going to stay. Kamala puts America last. I put America first. Some facts that are interesting. The year before I took office, the United States lost over.
I say do you though, because you know when it comes down to it, the questionable JD Vance really seriously has me on edge at the moment. I don't really like it. I really like it. I think
I agree.
we're not going anywhere. We're not. He's just. Damn it.
Over 10,000 manufacturing jobs. Everybody said you'd never bring it back. But under my leadership, we created more than 500,000 manufacturing jobs in less than 3 years. After decades of wage stagnation and income surged, we had a surge like nobody's ever seen before. But it surged for everybody during the Trump administration. Every group, everybody, men, women. We had every household was at a level that they've never really experienced before. The typical American household saw their incomes grow by more than $4,200 per year. Everyone was better off when you had a gentleman named President Donald J. Trump at the helm. Does anybody know him? Whoever he may be. I kept every single promise I made.
I have no clue. I have no clue who that man is. I speak of him fondly. I talk to him almost on a regular basis. I see him regularly. He kind of touches me.
Made to the workers of Pennsylvania and to every other place within our country. On day one, I withdrew from the unfair job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership, and if I didn't do that, you wouldn't be open right now. You wouldn't have a job. That was a big thing. It was approved by another president. It would have destroyed our manufacturing in this country still further. I imposed historic tariffs on foreign aluminum and foreign steel and numerous other things that were unfair to our country and unfair to our workers. I ended the total disaster known as NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made by this country, and replaced it with the brand new USMCA, that's Mexico and Canada, the best trade deal ever made by our country. Although I will tell you that I think the deal with China was probably even better. They had to buy $50 billion worth of our product, but after COVID, I don't even talk about that anymore. $50 billion they had to buy, and they were buying it too. And I stood up to China like.
He hasn't said COVID in a while.
No, he hasn't. Well,
that I've noticed anyway. Unless he said something in the last. There was one that he did with the other day, whatever, that they didn't watch. But he really seriously hasn't talked about hit on COVID all that much in quite a bit.
But I don't even talk about that anymore. $50 billion they had to buy, and they were buying it too. And I stood up to China like never before, bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars when no other president had gotten literally 10 cents from China. I brought in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. It never happened before. Nobody else literally got 10 cents. We passed the largest tax cuts in history, the largest regulation cuts in history, and built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We were at a level that nobody had ever seen before. And now we're going to do it again, but we're going to do it even bigger, better, stronger, and smarter. When I left office, I handed Kamala and crooked Joe Biden a surging economy with no inflation. You had no inflation. You had everything was good. Great wages, no inflation. Now you have inflation at levels that I don't believe anyone's ever seen before. The 30-year mortgage rate was 2.6%, but it was actually closer to 1.9 if you look at it the way that most people look at it. And gasoline had reached and was basically at levels of $1.87 a gallon, but we had months and moments where it was even less than that. Wouldn't that be nice? $1.87, Gary. That would That would be very nice. The family likes it more than Gary. Gary's been around too long. The family likes it more. Our economic future had never looked brighter when Kamala and Biden came in. They quickly blew it all up, destroyed. 350,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls last month. Did you know that? I keep hearing about their economy. Their economy is terrible. And the inflation is eating everybody alive. And it's been doing that for 3 years. The no inflation or almost no inflation. It kept going during the early part of this administration, this current administration, but it ended very quickly. And then it went to levels. And so quickly, it went so fast. And it was a shame. And it was all blown up and destroyed. And jobs were lost. A lot of jobs were lost. Our country is doing really badly under them, and nobody wants to talk about it. The media doesn't like talking about it because the Democrats, they really protect themselves. It's pretty amazing. Someday the media is going to become real media instead of fake media, and you're going to see a big difference in the country. Real incomes are down $2,000 a year since she took office. Kamala cast the tie-breaking votes that gave us the worst inflation in American history, costing a typical family $28,000. And under Kamala, we have fallen into manufacturing recession with 13,000 manufacturing jobs.
I wonder if the text on the screen was more correct than what he was, because he said 28,000. It said 288,000. Yes. I mean,
and under Kamala, we have fallen into manufacturing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think the screen's more accurate?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Which one's more accurate, him or the screen?
Real incomes are down $2,000 a year since she took office. Kamala.
See, and I don't believe that income's down $2,000 since she took office. I believe that the inflation, everything is up so much that it looks like it's down. Right. It feels like it's down. We're still making the same amount that we were, roughly. I mean, I'm not. If y'all can afford to actually throw a couple bucks at me, please do. But, as far as that goes, yeah, I mean, I think he might be wrong on some things.
Things are down $2,000 a year since she took office. Kamala cast the tie-breaking votes that gave us the worst inflation in American history, costing a typical family $28,000. And under Kamala, we have fallen.
This is $288,000 behind me. Right there, $288,000. That might be a little bit more accurate. Might be a little bit more accurate when it comes down to it, potentially.
Into manufacturing recession with 13,000 manufacturing jobs lost in the United States since just the start of this year. I don't know if you all know that, but that's what's happened. And it'll happen here, and it'll happen in this plant. It'll happen everywhere if she gets in. If Kamala gets in, the United States will rapidly become a deindustrialized third world nation, like so many others have become. She's running on socialist price controls, banning gas-powered cars and trucks, and private health insurance policies are gone. She wants to defund the police, abolish cash bail. She wants to abolish it immediately, cash bail. She wants to abolish ICE, get rid of the incredible, brave patriots of ICE who take MS-13 gang members, probably the worst gang anywhere in the world. Horrible situation. They take them out, and they take them out bravely. They're strong, they're fierce, and they love our country. She wants to give free health care for millions of illegal aliens and give them all citizenship into the United States immediately. And she then wants to sign them up for Medicare and Social Security. And she wants them to vote illegally if possible. Anyway, they can vote. They don't care if it's legal or not. And they're signing people up as we speak. They're signing them up as we speak. They don't care. They don't care about the laws. Very simply, Kamala Harris is an economy wrecker and a country destroyer. Our country will be destroyed if she gets in. Her radical liberal agenda ruined San Francisco. It ruined California when she was the Attorney General. It crushed our middle class, demolished our border, set the world on fire, and now she wants to be promoted to the job killer in chief. But much more than job killer, everything else is going to go bad.
The job killer.
She set the standard in California. Think of this: if you steal $950 or less, they're going to leave you alone. They can't be bothered. So you see criminals going into stores with a little computer, adding it up, everything they've stolen. They want to stay under the $950, but they don't get prosecuted for above that. The only one that gets prosecuted is somebody who would talk about the unfair election. They get prosecuted. But when you steal and rob and kill and so many other things, when you sell drugs and destroy people's lives, nothing happens to you under Kamala. But we will not let this happen. We're not going to let it happen to our country. 78 days from now, Pennsylvania is going to tell her that we've had enough, that we can't take it anymore. And comrade Kamala Harris, you're fired. Get out. You're not doing the job. Get out. You're fired. While Biden and Harris have been...
I mean, he is a professional wrestler. When it comes down to it, maybe he cut his ear. You know, he went like that to give himself the look that he got hit.
He reacted too fast. No, sorry.
Buying toilet paper because rail transport might come to a complete stop in Canada on Thursday. Understandable.
Did you freeze?
No. I'm reading the hair covers his left ear, but it doesn't seem to cover the shot ear.
Because we were talking about he healed fast.
Yeah, he healed very fast. Right. But I mean, that's not a bad thing.
Impoverishing our country. They have been getting rich, very rich at your expense now. It just came out, just was reported today by a great young reporter, Brooke Singman at Fox, according to a 292-page report from the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means Committees in Congress. Just got out a little while ago, just before I got here. I said, no, I want to talk about it just briefly. It's so sad because he's going to be making a speech tonight, and they don't call him Crooked Joe for no reason. They said President Biden engaged in impeachable conduct and said he abused his office and defrauded the United States of America to enrich his family. Republicans revealed that since 2014, the Biden family and its associates received more than $27 million from foreign individuals and entities. They also found that while Biden was serving as vice president, the Biden family got more than $8 million in loans from Democrat benefactors. And they said that those loans have never been repaid. Those are the best kind of loans, aren't they? This report says in part that Vice President Biden actively participated in this conspiracy by, among other things.
Why did the man behind him giggle? The man behind him is making me pissed off now.
I can't. I told you I can't look at him anymore. It just gives me the creep. It's doing like flip flops in my head. Can't do it. Can't do it.
He just giggled at his comment about loans not being paid.
$1 million from foreign individuals and entities. They also found that while Biden was serving as vice president, the Biden family got more than $8 million in loans from Democrat benefactors. And they said that those loans have never been repaid. Those are the best kind of loans, aren't they? This report says...
You're a businessman, dumbass. Don't be laughing.
He seriously talks for another...
Dude, I know it seems like 2 hours
minutes?
has gone by, huh?
He seriously talks for another 40 minutes?
Play it at 2x.
Well, I mean, some other things to look at. That's what I'm getting. Fuck that guy. Just kidding. Obviously, I'm voting for him. I don't have a choice when it comes down to it because actually, Kamala Harris is not your choice.
No.
Not your choice. Don't go.
No.
Please. That's not the choice. Not the choice. There's other things to actually go through. As when it comes down to it. Okay, so I showed the cringe gas station. DNC started today. So as far as that goes, there's like 6 hours of that. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna go. We're gonna
Please
go.
no.
We're gonna go click on a couple of them because there's a couple of people that do have things to say. Hillary Clinton shows up. That's a great listen. There's a congressman. So there's some good ones. There's Crockett. She's worth listening to. Just a couple of them. You got to pick one. Pick one that you're willing to listen to all the way through.
None of them?
Joe?
No. Oh, yeah, let's see what Joe has to say. Let's see if he's
You
angry.
do have to listen to Joe. I was going to say, come
Yeah.
on now. That one's a taken. You can't. So then whoever this girl before, there's his wife.
No, I don't want to listen to her.
Who's that? Isn't it Congress dude? Yeah, that's Congress dude. There's several Congress people. Yep, see, they all show up. All Democrats. Remember, they're all Democrats. Yeah. It's a pick one. Her. I'm gonna pick Hillary Clinton.
We are so excited and a long for friends. This is my to a moving. Has streaming down. It has the bully.
Former
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you. There is across the country in this room, just like there is across the country.
Ew. That's the energy that's flowing. That's the energy that's flowing.
Something is happening in America.
Faulkner says, all right,
You can
perfect time to
feel it.
restart.
Something we've worked for and dreamed of for a long time. First, though, let's salute President Biden.
Oh, we could have went back and we could have listened to AOC before this.
He has been democracy's champion at home and abroad.
What's up, Jacob?
He brought dignity, decency, and competence back to the White House.
Don't stare at the screen
And
too
he
long. You
showed
might hurt yourself,
what it
brother.
means to be a true patriot. Thank you, Joe Biden, for your
She's
lifetime
proof
of
that
service
the demons
and
were casting his
leadership.
pigs. Uh-huh. Thank you,
We are
Joe.
writing a new chapter in
Chanting,
America's
thank
story.
you, Joe.
You know, my mother Dorothy was born right here.
Their Democratic National Convention Handbook 2024, which is the one that's in the thumbnail that is MAGA across. That one. It's like 100 pages of the same exact stuff that they've been pushing and dealing with for the last 20, 30 years. Same exact shit. Nothing's changed. I skimmed through it just to kind of like, 90 pages, not bad. And I kind of scrolled because you have to figure the first 6 or 7 or nothing. And the last page is nothing. And then there's pages in between that kind of, really seriously, by the time I looked at it, I'm like, bullet points are exactly the same as that you just saw come out of Joe Biden. Democratic National Convention, they agree on everything. There's no little policy potentially different than the next guy. Zero things different. They go, they're all just communists. They're all just communists, all at the same time.
Here in Chicago before women had the right to vote. That changed 104 years ago yesterday. Think about it. Tennessee became
No time
the
but the
final
better for a
state
computer restart.
to ratify the
You just
19th Amendment to the Constitution.
ratify the
The
19th.
state
Repeal that
legislature was
motherfucker.
deadlocked until one lawmaker's mother, a widow who read 3 newspapers a day, sent a letter to her son. No more delays, she wrote. Give us the vote. And since that day, every generation has carried the torch forward. In 1972, a fearless Black Congresswoman named Shirley Chisholm she ran for president. And her determination let me and millions of others dream bigger, not just because of who she was, but because of who she fought for. Working parents,
Hillary
poor
Clinton knows what a
children,
woman is.
the last, the least, and the lost. In 1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president. If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
There's so much that she's sold out on. She sold her anus to our enemies. I mean,
just a little.
Like no, it's big.
I know.
To all of them, like it's seriously, and everybody, like seriously, she's so disturbing. I've done a couple different readings where we did the Clinton cash grab out of the Cuban stuff that she did. The body count, Clinton body count, read that one.
Oh God,
That's
it
the
must be up there.
updated version. Holy crap, bro. You get into it and you start looking at all the things that that they did. Yeah, they did some stuff. They took care of a lot of people. She did more than just sell things. She
looks
took
way
lives
younger.
to make her way there. She looks,
She looks way younger.
Right. I think who said what? Han said something about, is this number 13 or something?
Oh,
12?
did he?
Yeah. Somebody said something about it. You know, it's just like when you think about it, you look at it, you're like, yeah.
I mean,
Which
come on,
one is it?
look at the picture on my screen versus what she looks like now.
No, right. Right, exactly. So, let it get to it so you can see.
And
Yeah, no, I mean, she took her dose for the day, or just before she came out on stage. She knows what she's doing.
nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams.
Dream Pro. Right straight to
And
the camera.
afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched, many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here.
Oh, I hate
Put
her.
your dentures back in your mouth, Nancy.
I wish my mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Shirley and Jerry would say, keep going. Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going. Families building better lives, parents stretching to afford childcare, young people struggling.
Which is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard of. Struggling and fighting to figure out how to get your child care, daycare, to go send them somewhere. I'm laughing. I'm laughing as people are seriously going to work, working their butts off, spending a full paycheck
Just
to
on
send them to
childcare.
daycare.
Yep, I've been there.
Well, you're still doing the same thing. Sit home. Take care of your children. Oh, I had to actually struggle and force my way to actually be the one that was the at-home dad, so that we didn't waste the money. That's exactly what the fuck it is. Y'all can help me. There's a donation button down below. Subscribe to this channel. If you can help, a few pennies away from cash out button for the night.
To pay the rent. They're all asking us to keep going. So, with faith in each other and joy in our hearts, let's send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House.
Boo.
Of my life and the history ever in this election. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision to lead us forward.
Oh, thank you, Thunder.
The mouth. Kamala has the character, experience, and vision. She doesn't have a vision. The only experience she has is on her knees. And the character you speak of, I don't think that she really seriously has. I think it's under a mask. Thank you so much, Thunder, for the $10. Much, much appreciated. Now, Dance Monkey. Ooh, 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 ah, 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 ah. Lamau. I'll let the lady on the stage do it for you.
Heart and her
There you go.
integrity. We both got our start as young lawyers, helping children who were abused and neglected. That kind of work changes a person. Those kids stay with you. Kamala carries with her the hopes of every child she protected, every family she helped, every community she served. So as president, she will always have our backs, and she will be a fighter for us. She will fight to lower costs for hardworking families, open the doors wide for good-paying jobs, and yes, she will restore abortion rights nationwide. Murderers and drug traffickers. She will never rest in defense of our freedom and safety. Donald Trump fell asleep at his own trial.
What? Well, at least in her
What's that
trial,
have-
she
what's
didn't even
falling
give a shit.
asleep because the judge being as born as fuck have to do with the border that Kamala never visited? What the
Did he
fuck?
really fall asleep though?
Nah, he is sitting there, whatever. You can see that he's one of those who's sitting up and he just kind of closed his eyes because, you know, he's listening to the ridiculousness and just kind of. So they drew that, you know,
Oh.
sketch artists, you know, no pictures.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Since Bill obviously not getting it done, no wonder Hillary's back on the warpath. Well, yeah, I mean, she's like, where's everybody? Where's everybody? Somebody's out there looking for something, right? I got
Oh.
something. I got something.
Okay.
She's got the Clinton Foundation. She's a former whatever, Secretary of State, first wife to Clinton himself. Which Clinton himself didn't even put you first.
Mm-mm.
Lamau.
He put Monica first.
Uh-huh. Didn't her husband put legalized kidnapping in place when CPS uses bunk users?
Yep.
I don't know. Did he?
I don't know if it was him or Obama.
Stinky, dirty old bastards.
And when he woke up, he made his own kind of history. The first person to run for president with 34 felony convictions.
I mean, that's kind of an interesting boom.
Right? And they're all looking around like, okay, do I have to keep doing this? When do I stop?
Or, I mean, if you were on that side that you were concerned about a guy that had 34 felony convictions, and you wouldn't you be cheering?
What?
You're like, yeah, dumbass. Or, huh? I'm confused with the boo. The boo
It's 'cause
doesn't make
there's
sense.
she's saying or to have a guy
Would
with
you
30
rather a guy with 34 boo? I mean, I don't know. I'm still confused on the boo. Sounds kind of retarded. Trump's felonies are greater than Kamala on her knees. Yeah, she can't do much. She can't do much. She can try. She can try, but you know when it comes down to it, it's too big, too wide open. It had taken too many. We call those pin cushions.
As vice president, Kamala sat in the Situation Room.
Oh, there it is. Lock him up, chant. There you go.
But we also know as Vice President, Kamala sat in the Situation Room and stood for America's values. I know what it takes, and I can tell you, as Commander-in-Chief, Kamala won't disrespect our military and our veterans. She reveres our Medal of Honor recipients.
And she allows them to continue to fight wars. Unnecessary, ridiculously funded wars. But I mean,
That's what the Democrats do.
good thing that she respects them. To send them into other people's countries to liberate and fight their wars for them. Because they can't do for themselves. Oh.
She won't be sending love letters to dictators. She will defend democracy and our Constitution and will protect America from enemies, foreign and domestic. Think about it. The Constitution says the president's job is to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. Those are the words of our founders. Take care. Just look at the candidates. Kamala cares about kids and families, cares about America. Donald only cares about himself. On her first day in court.
What up, conspiracy music? Is that what they all do? They all just sit there, they just sit around and what things can I think of that Donald didn't do, in my opinion, that irritate me? Donald only cares for himself. Really? What do you care about? Try to tell us that you care about all of our rights and this, that, and the others, but you're always trying to take them away, remove them, strip them, control them to the point of you want to tell us what we can and can't do with our own bodies. Yeah, even as women. Yeah. Oh, wait. I mean, it's the fucking opposite of what the fuck they say. He's fucking dumb. So no more wars, no more weapon production. Yeah, right. I mean, from either side. From either side, because when you listen to JD Vance, he was saying that he was okay with funding Israel. That's the way I caught it.
Yeah.
Kamala said 5 words that still guide her. Kamala Harris, for the people. That is something that Donald Trump will never understand.
Nobody wants to put a ball in her mouth. And why would you try to submit in Ball's ball? Of all balls that you would try to submit to this woman, Ball's ball is not. I just don't think Balls would really appreciate you talking about balls without balls being a ball. I mean, here, I mean, got a rat. What up, lady? How you doing? Bam, baby, bam. Bring out the gimp. We'll get there.
So it is no surprise, is it, that he is lying about Kamala's record? He's mocking her name and her laugh. Sounds familiar.
We'll speed it up to 1.5.
But we have him on the run now. So, no matter what the polls say, we can't let up. We can't get driven down crazy conspiracy rabbit holes. We have to fight for the truth. We have to fight for Kamala as she will fight for us. Because you know what? It still takes a village to raise a family, heal a country, and win a campaign. And America needs every one of us, our energy, our talents, our dreams. We're not just electing a president, we're uplifting our nation. We're opening the promise of America wide enough for everyone. Together, we put a lot of cracks in the highest, hardest glass ceiling. And tonight, so close to breaking through once and for all, I want to tell you what I see through all those cracks and why it matters for each and every one of us.
The other
What do I see? I see freedom. I see the freedom to make our own decisions about our health, our lives, our loves, our families. the freedom to work with dignity and prosper, to worship as we choose or not, to speak our minds freely and honestly. I see freedom from fear and intimidation, from violence and injustice, from chaos and corruption. I see the freedom to look our children in the eye and say, in America, you can go as far as your hard work and talent will take you, and mean it. And you know what? On the other side of that glass ceiling is Kamala Harris raising her hand and taking the oath of office as our 47th President of the United States. And clears the way for all of us. So for the next 78 days, we need to work harder than we ever have. We need to beat back the dangers that Trump and his allies pose.
You don't even have to count. They'll count for you. It's not something that you have to remember. Eventually, all you have to do is wait. One of them will tell you, we have this many days left. Balls.
Hey, balls. To the rule of law and our way of.
I think we said balls enough times. He finally
he showed up.
His
balls
ear had to have been ringing. It's been like, man, somebody talking about me.
Life. Don't get distracted or complacent. Talk to your friends and neighbors. Volunteer. Be proud champions for the truth and for the country that we all love. I want my grandchildren and their grandchildren to know I was here at this moment, that we were here, and that we were with Kamala Harris every step of the way. This is our time, America. This is when we stand up. This is when we break through. The future is here. It's in our grasp. Let's go win it.
It's fair to say that we all stand on the shoulders of Hillary Clinton. Yet, that involved cases.
You actually said that?
Thank you, South Carolina. Thank you. 4 years ago, America.
What? Can you hear me
For
chewing
whatever
or something?
reason, this is Jim Clyburn. This man's name is the one that gets floated most often as the most prominent person that's necessary to actually talk to when it comes to anything with the DNC for whatever reason. He was the first one that said Kamala.
Okay.
And everybody's going along with it. What's this guy really think? What do you think he really has to do with this? With things? How deep tied do you think Jim Clyburn really is? And why was it so seriously significant that because Clyburn said something that everybody else decided to go ahead with it?
Because he's part of the 13 families.
Oh.
Americans were experiencing high anxieties and great uncertainties. A deadly virus raged, schools closed, businesses shuttered. Donald Trump mismanaged the crisis from day one, looking out for himself instead of the country. The American people responded to the crisis in leadership by electing new leaders. Thanks to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we reopened our schools, brought back our businesses, and restored our faith in the American can-do spirit. Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we reduced the price of prescription drugs, repaired roads and bridges, and replaced lead pipes.
Because he's such a senior advisor to everything, because he's been around since 1993.
Damn, that's a long time.
He's 84 years old. He has to be the most senior. He has to be, or it has to almost be the How many 80 octogenarians? How many 80-year-olds? Just below 80, just above 80 that are still sitting here, been sitting here for how many 30, 40 years?
Thanks to Joe and Kamala, we are honoring our heroes in uniform and expanded benefits to over 1 million
There's a lot of
veterans.
them going away.
Thanks to Joe and Kamala. Make it in America is no longer just a slogan, but a movement that is bringing millions of manufacturing jobs back to America. For President Biden's lifetime of achievement in service of his country, we owe him a great debt of gratitude. And we're all grateful for one of the best decisions he made.
Thanks, Balls.
Balls. Thank you, brother. Frog, this is a tip for a rider today. This was one of the best conversations with a passenger I've had in a while. Great lady, really. She gave me a surprisingly large tip. Here's part. Nice. Thanks. Much appreciated, brother.
Selecting Kamala Harris as his vice president and endorsing her to succeed him.
She fondled his balls. Hilarious.
I often say that we are but the sum of our experiences.
I mean,
In the introduction of my memoir,
Maybe he
you gotta
fondled
get it
hers.
somewhere.
all my experiences have not been
You gotta get it somewhere, my man. You gotta get it somewhere. He's like, I had 2 of them, like everybody else. Another 5. Thank you so much. Frog, this is a tip from the riders. Here's part. Said the same thing twice. Thanks, balls. Oops, Lamau. $5 a ball. I mean, much appreciated. Much appreciated. I mean, I think there's a dispute thing if you didn't. I gave you the whole tip.
Aw. Sorry, Balls.
I got the tip and the balls. Lamau.
blessings, but I consider all of them to be blessings. So has been the case with Kamala. Her experiences have prepared her for this moment. Kamala Harris is a true battle-tested leader, a district attorney, attorney general, senator, and vice president who gets things done. While Donald Trump has been bragging about how he overturned Roe, Kamala has been fiercely advocating for the respectation of reproductive freedoms. While Trump has been looking out for himself and his billionaire buddies, Kamala has been fighting to lower costs for all Americans. And while Trump falsely pleads ignorance of Project 2025, which in my opinion is Jim Crow 2.0.
Well, because we watch in Democratic National Convention as opposed to anything else, and half of it going to Faulkner because it's her birthday, it should actually be because she makes so much more than me that equity comes into play or some shit.
That's a good one.
I mean,
take it all. Take it all, Frog. All you, babe.
They would want it that way. These motherfuckers. This is boring. I want to watch the hooligans burn shit down. I mean, we're going to skip forward here soon because I'm not listening to all of Clyburn shit.
And visionary leadership. Having grown up in the parsonage, democracy.
They all came up here, each and every single one of them that had something to say, boasted, oh, we got to do Kamala. Let's everybody do Kamala. Because if you do Kamala.
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by 2 separate yet equally important groups: the police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. This is the story of Donald Trump. His entire life, Trump has believed he's above the law, but no one would ever dare hold him accountable. He lies. He rips off workers. He sexually abuses women.
Hey, when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
He cheats in business. He He cheated on his wife with a porn star and paid her off so the American people wouldn't find out during an election. But in the criminal justice system, ordinary Americans have had the courage to find him accountable, time and time again.
Guilty. Donald Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts.
For the first time in history, we have a convicted felon running for president. And to take on this case, we need a president who has spent her life prosecuting perpetrators like Donald Trump.
So well done. Oh, wow. That goes on for a while. Jamie Raskin. Uh-oh. He says some stupid... Oh, he said stupidity? Oh, okay.
It's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Welcome to the Freedom Convention.
Oh.
And thank you for the beautiful weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough.
Chicago totally controlled it. Or I mean, you did. And so you knew that you were going to have a good day. You made sure that there was no inclement weather, as it would be easier for peaceful protests to occur. Good job.
On Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in 1860 to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists, and where Franklin D. Roosevelt...
Yes, sir.
What was the history fact?
Weather, Chicago. It's been a little rough on Capitol Hill, where it's not just the heat, it's the stupidity. Now, we meet in this great city tonight where Abraham Lincoln was nominated in
Abraham Lincoln,
1860, to save the Union from fanatical insurrectionists.
The first Republican. Abraham Lincoln. After saying the word stupidity, the words that come out of Raskin's mouth are, we stand in the place where the first Republican was nominated, Abraham Lincoln, and I'm going to kowtow to him and pretend that he was actually a Democrat.
You think he's going to say that?
No, he's a...
And where Franklin D. Roosevelt was renominated by Democrats
over and over
in 1940 to defeat fascist dictators.
Yeah, I guess he did.
I don't know all my history. I forget bits and pieces.
You looking it up?
Well, I should know more about Roosevelt because, you know, this area that I live in, kind of, you know, big, huge forest named after him type, maybe. I mean,
What? I was reading.
No, you're good. I'm going to play this. I'll get back.
Now, we fight in our time to defend our freedom and our democracy against the banana Republicans who have converted Lincoln's party into a dangerous cult of personality.
Was it that Roosevelt's third term, 1940? Wasn't that what that was? Wasn't that his attempt at a third term? Or and incumbent Democrat President Franklin Delano Roosevelt defeated Republican businessman Wendell Willkie, re-elected unprecedented third term to office until 1988. Oh, that guy. Yeah. Yeah. Good guy. Good Democrat. Yep. That guy. That guy that thought it was okay to, run multiple terms. All right. This motherfucker pissed me off already. Who else do we got going on? Jasmine Crockett. Not listening to her. Dude from. Oh, that's Bashir. We don't want to hear from him either. Scary, scary people. Oh, yeah, we don't really want Hillary or Hillary. We do this in Hillary. We don't really want Jill.
Oh.
Thank you.
Seriously? Where's my stop button?
She's like, seriously. When I hear this, usually I'm like, all right, we'll go past this. Who's that?
I don't know. Probably some stupid hackers.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in DC, tending me, Bo, and riding up the escalator to the platform.
This is his is this Biden's daughter? Is this?
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
Oh, Ashley Biden. Wow.
They really seriously, you do not see or hear about this girl very much at all. They
Not since
hide
that.
her in the basement.
Right?
Daddy let her out.
Good evening. I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in DC, tending
Dad was in DC. He wasn't in the shower standing behind you.
to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car. I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out. As soon as I saw him, I run down that platform and jump into his arms. Like magic, Mom brought out a cake, they sang happy birthday, and I blew out the candles. Dad hugged me, and he said that he had to get back to work. He crossed to the southbound train, and off he went to DC. That was a snapshot of one moment, of one day, on this extraordinary journey of being Joe Biden's daughter. Joe Biden is the OG girl dad. He told me I could be anything and I could do anything. As a child, I would sit on the leather chair in his office doing my homework, and he would sit next to me doing his work, drafting the Violence Against Women Act. And he wasn't just a girl dad. I could see that he valued and trusted women. How he listened to his mother, how he believed in his sister, and most of all, how he respected my mother's career. Dad was always there, doing everything he could to be a true partner to her. Dad you always tell us, but we don't tell you enough, that you are the love of our lives and the life of our love.
Yep, and they've all felt that. I mean,
I had my wedding reception in my parents' backyard. At the
Not
time, my dad was
emotionally.
vice president. But he was also that dad who literally set up the entire reception. He was riding around in his John Deere four-wheeler, fixing the place settings, arranging the plants, and by the
Whose
way,
book is
he
she
was
reading?
very emotional.
I don't
I thought
know.
that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle,
You were the one comforting him. Wink, wink. Why did you have to wink?
arranging the plants, and by the way, he was very emotional. I thought that I would be a mess, but he was the one crying, and I was the one who had to comfort him. Before he walked me down the aisle, he turned to me and said that he would always be my best friend. All these years later, Dad, you are still my best friend.
I don't care.
His example
what you did.
in service
You're still my
inspired my
best friend,
career.
Dad.
I'm a social worker in
All those
Philadelphia.
bad things.
Oh, she's a social worker?
I'm a social worker.
That's frightening.
Who'd you suck to get to there? Oh, wait. Never mind. Dad.
I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal from past trauma and they reclaim their lives. Dad always told me that I was no better than anybody else and nobody was better than me. He taught me that everyone deserves a fair shot and that we shouldn't leave anyone behind. That's what you learn from a fighter who has been underestimated his entire life. When I look at Dad, I see grace, strength, and humility. I see one of the most consequential leaders ever in history. And I also know that he never stops thinking about you, about your dreams, about your dignity, about your opportunities, about your family. Dad knows that family is everything.
You smell different.
When
'Cause
Hunter and
you
I
can't
lost our brother
smell
Bo
shit
to
no
cancer
more. He
in
too
2015,
old.
the grief and the pain felt like it might
He
never.
keeps on trying.
Dad had the capacity to step out of his own pain and absorb ours. And I know that Bo is here with us tonight, as he is always with us.
Gabe. He is. I get it. I understand the sentiments when they're said like that. I get it. It's understandable. 27 watching. Y'all smash the like button for me. I'm gonna read one of these campaigns here real quick just to see. Make some pennies. Breaking news. Elections are coming up quickly, and our partners at Patriot Addict are doing something crazy for true patriots. For a limited time, they're giving away free Trump mystery boxes worth up to $300 for just the cost of shipping and handling. Yo, we have already had to bear Joe Biden for the last 4 years. Don't let history repeat itself. Everybody is waking up. So, this is a chance to wake up as well and show your support for America we have dreamed of. Imagine opening your package and finding exclusive Trump collectibles like Trump gold bars, gold coins, $1,000 bills, MAGA hats, Trump t-shirts. The excitement is getting these Trump mystery gifts is the best part. Folks, supplies are super limited and flying off the shelves. Last time we sold out in less than a day. Don't wait around. Act now and secure yours. Thank you, and let's make America great again. Few more pennies. I mean, that one's a fun one, maybe potentially. Last time when I clicked on it last time, it kind of it yeeted me and said it was a bad link.
Aw.
So then I'm like, oh. I've had problems with a couple different ones, even some of the 1775 coffee ones. Can't afford to ship it and hand it. I gave it to you, Koolfrogg. I mean, much appreciation. Oh,
father, your 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden.
Were they just gonna make out there for a second? And then he's like, oh, there's too many people around. Just bad. Look, oh, there's so many people. Oh, it's so special. Yeah, you'd never know. They like to just ruin everything. All the good stuff. It's a good song.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Trump mystery box, will they have to order not? At least she can read from the prompter. I mean, the promoter. Yeah. Either way, I guess. That's scary though. That's scary though, because they like names. They like names, and they're like, oh, she talked very good. We should get her to do it. We should get her to do more things for us. You don't want to see more Biden. You don't want to see any more Biden. We've had this Biden for the better part of 60 years. I'm done. I'm good. Well, I mean, some subset thereof. I mean, he's number 9.
The 9?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, they don't need to reproduce him after this one.
Thank you.
They can just do whatever. Like, he's going to go ahead. He can concede his seat right now to the president of the United States that he's been calling out for the last 4 years.
It doesn't even look like him.
No. You can see it's not him.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you.
I made sure that I turned on the AI thing inside the YouTube just in case. I don't know what's altered, what's not.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Upper deck, third deck, fourth deck?
That was my daughter.
What was it? Did you remember her?
Thank you.
Play the dance shuffle? I have to actually download
thank
it
you.
somewhere to do it. I don't have it. I didn't
Thank you,
save it.
I tell you what. My dearest daughter Ashley. God
What
love
up,
you.
Bill Dozer?
Thanks for that introduction
That's the one.
and for being my
I mean-
courageous heart, along with Hunter and our entire family, and especially our rock, Jill, who, as those of you who know us, she still leaves me both breathless and speechless. Everybody knows her. I love her more than she loves me. She walks down the stairs.
As well as everyone else. As well as everyone else. I mean, if this is really him,
Doesn't look like him.
I mean,
Unless
like,
your screen is too small and I'm seeing things, it doesn't look
no,
like him.
you know what it is though?
It's the
No, this
eyes.
one actually looks closer to the original than most.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem is this is maybe actually really close to the original to the point where you're actually seeing what he originally did kind of sort of look like.
Yep.
Stairs, and I still get that going, boom, boom, boom. Y'all will know me. No, I'm not kidding. Let's give a special round of applause to our First Lady, Jill Biden. My dad. My dad used to have an expression, for real. He'd say, Joey, family is the beginning, the middle, and the end. And I love you all, folks. And America, I love you.
Feeling not mutual.
Come on, man.
Folks, let me ask you.
They're all chanting, "We love blow, we love blow." I mean, they can't help themselves. Every single last one of them, they all have it in their mind. He
Or we
instilled
go
it.
low, we go low.
He instilled it in their minds all the way back in like early '88 or whatever, where he drug bills, crack cocaine, just saying, we like blow.
Let me ask you.
We go low.
Are you ready to vote for freedom?
Yeah.
Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
I mean, they're scraping the barrel
Let
with
me ask
Kamala,
you,
so
are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? President of the United States.
No.
My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath.
You know, at this point in time, the way he is right now, for whatever reason, I feel the mindset, like they gave him an extra shot or something that he's currently in. If they would have actually had him in this mindset during debate,
Yeah,
they
but don't
probably
you have him
would have
wait a minute.
still had him
Don't you,
there.
don't you have him playing at 2-point-something speed?
No, I it's only like 1.5. That's 1.5.
1.5.
That's normal for us, but he seems very cognizant, is what I'm saying. I mean, we can slow him down to get the cognizance to go away just for a minute.
Oath to you and to God to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States.
He seems healthier than he ever had been. Like, seriously, been resting since Vegas. He was finally allowed to come out. Like, he wasn't gonna come back out anyway since Vegas. And he got sick. So then they flew him back east. Wink, wink. Now all of a sudden he's here. This is, I mean, he spoke one other time in between or twice, but they were both behind in the Oval Office behind his desk. Weren't they? Oh wait, he did come out.
No, he was at
Yeah, he was behind a podium in somewhere
yeah, somewhere.
because we the whole finger thing. But still, I mean,
And it wasn't at that the time that he like kind of like did a little dance going off stage. You remember this, right?
yeah.
In front of me was a city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind
That's why he's fake. It's mask. Gotta be right. He like that's what I'm saying. He seems super like with it comparably. Even at the regular speed.
Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob. What I knew then, from the bottom of my heart, that I knew now, there is no place in America for political violence. None. You cannot say you love your country only when you win. In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand, the moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic, historic joblessness, a call for racial justice long overdue, clear and present threats to our very democracy. Thank you. And yet I believe then, and I believe now.
She stuttered on those words as she was saying that we love Joe. She's not really quite sure if she really loves Joe or if she doesn't. Nancy Pelosi's teeth were probably coming out of her mouth at the same time. She was kind of slippery. But yeah, she was trying to mutter, we love Joe. She just can't say it that fast. With him, there is no regular speed. It's always pharmaceutical. What up, A? Good to see ya. Sanglant. What up? When pedals go wild, I mean...
Now, the progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable.
They in Chicago. They're in the,
they're before us.
Know, hot territory for that.
Now it's summer. The winter has passed. With a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed.
Now that we're standing here for the last week of summer? Or yeah, okay, we're in the middle of summer, sure. Mm-hmm.
Democracy has delivered. And now democracy must be preserved. You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history when the decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation and the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole, I mean it literally. We're in a battle for the very soul of America. I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas, and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods.
What the fuck is he talking about?
January 6th. Calling all of us
Does he not know history?
Nazis, KKK. We're the enemy, don't you know?
You don't get just to get to point at somebody and be like, no, the history book was the other way around. No? No?
Huh?
Just because you think it was, doesn't mean it's nothing that he just said was true.
When does he ever say anything that's true?
This motherfucker dumb as fuck.
Hate was on the march in America.
I mean,
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be
anything. Good. You didn't even get the whole thing.
Run.
Fucking munch. God, this guy sucks.
Old ghosts in new garments, stirring up the oldest divisions, stoking the oldest fears, giving oxygen to the oldest forces that they long sought to tear apart America. In the process, a young woman was killed. When I contacted her mother, I asked about what happened. She told me. When the president was asked what he thought had happened, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "There are very fine people on both sides. My God." That's what he said. That is what he said and what he meant. That's when I realized.
That's not what he said. And you don't get to make up what he meant. And say, oh, that's what he meant. It was really this. Huh? No?
Look at that face.
I'm in chat. They're like, warped, destroyed, killed, Joe. Worst thing ever. Joe can't stop destroying things. I mean, he's gonna seriously. Joe Biden #9 is gonna seriously pass away, destroying this country as much as he possibly can.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't care. He's like, I can't be here, neither can you.
Gonna kill you all.
I had to listen to the admonition of my dead son. I could not stay on the sidelines. So I ran. Because I had no intention of running again. I just lost part of my soul. But I ran with a deep conviction. In America, I know and believe in an America where honesty, dignity, decency still matter. An America where everyone has a fair shot and hate has no safe harbor.
As he says with hate in his eyes.
An America where the fundamental creed of this nation, that all of us are created equal, is still very much alive. And a broad coalition of Americans joined with me. 81 million voters voted for us. More than any time in all of history. Because of all of you in this room and others, we came together in 2020 to save democracy. As your president, I've been determined to keep America moving forward, not going back. To stand against hate and violence in all its forms. To be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity. Demonizing no one, leaving no one behind, and becoming the nation that we profess to be. I also ran to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class. I made a commitment to you that I'd be a president for all Americans, whether you voted for me or not. We have done that. Studies show the major bills we have passed actually delivered more to red states than blue. Because the job of the president is delivered to all of America. Because of you, and I'm not exaggerating, because of you, we've had one of the most extraordinary 4 years of progress ever, period. When I say we, I mean Kamala and me. Just think about it. COVID no longer controls our lives. We've gone from economic crisis to the strongest economy in the entire world. Record 16 million new jobs. Record small business growth. Record high stock market. Record high 401ks. Wages up. And inflation down, way down, and continuing to go down. The smallest racial wealth gap in 20 years. And yes, we both know we have more to do, but we're moving in the right direction. More Americans have peace of mind that comes from having health insurance. More Americans have health insurance today than ever before in American history. And after, as a young senator beginning to fight for 50 years to give Medicare the power to negotiate low prescription drug prices, we finally beat Big Pharma.
You finally beat Big Pharma because you just obliterated it, smashed it, destroyed it, tore it down. Made it be something that didn't really need to exist, like all the other 3-letter agencies that are out there that you just didn't give that one a 3-letter acronym for whatever reason. Because there was enough of them. What up, Ruslam? Look at his tiny pupils. I mean, I was saying he kind of looks like more like himself than he ever has.
He's gonna have tiny pupils being under the bright lights.
Nero, Divergent one, good to see you. Right? But they totally gave him a couple extra shots of
Something.
Of whatever it was that they give him to, adrenochrome or whatever it be, to get him to that point.
And guess who cast the tie-breaking vote? Vice President, soon-to-be President Kamala Harris. And now it's the law of the land. Instead of paying $400 a month for insulin, seniors with diabetes will pay $35 a month. The law we passed already includes, starting in January, every senior's total prescription cost can be capped at $2,000 no matter how expensive the drugs they have. And what we don't focus on, and our Republican friends don't seem to understand, our reforms don't just save seniors money, they save the American taxpayers money. You know what we just passed saved? It saved $160 billion over the next decade. That's not hyperbole. It's because Medicare no longer has to pay those exorbitant prices to the big pharma. But look, thank you, Kamala, too. Look.
Thank you, Kamala, too. Why? Because if it wasn't for Kamala, most of the stuff wouldn't have actually been there. It was all because of Kamala. Remember that golden mallet that she actually got for most tiebreakers ever.
Wow, she actually got a little award for that?
Yeah.
Wow.
She got a golden hammer for that. Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the most ridiculous things ever. So many bills were passed via Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris to Joe Biden. Because Senate was divided, straight up divided, 50-50. They go and they do, I'm the tiebreaker, which is the reason why we have to look back and why I said that's the biggest issue that we ever seriously walked away from was around like third or fourth president. We decided to go with running mates as opposed to the loser becoming the vice president. They allowed it to be corrupt.
Folks, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world? Donald Trump promised Infrastructure Week every week for 4 years, and he never built a damn thing. And now, because of what Kamala and I have done, remember we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came in office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week. We're modernizing our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, our trains, our buses. We're removing every lead pipe from schools and homes so every child can drink clean water. We're providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where they live, not unlike what Roosevelt did with electricity. And so much more. We are uniting the country. We're growing our economy. We're improving our quality of life. And we're building a better America. Because that's who we are. How can we be the strongest nation in the world without leading the world in science and technology? After years of importing 90% of our semiconductor chips from abroad, which America invented those chips, our Chips and Science Act meant that private companies from around the world are now investing literally tens of billions of dollars to build new chip factories right here in America. And over that period, they'll create tens of thousands of jobs. And many of those jobs in the so-called fabs, the buildings that make the chips, are being constructed now. And guess what? The average salary in those fabs, size of a
Why
football
is he
field,
still talking?
will be over $100,000 a year, and
I think
you
he's the
don't
last
need a
speaker,
college
right?
degree.
He is, but
Because of you and so many electeds out there.
You seriously?
American manufacturing is back. Where the hell to say we wouldn't lead the world in manufacturing? 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Our Republican friends and others.
What?
made sure they
He
go
still
abroad to get
goes
the cheapest
for
rate and
another
reach their pork
half
products.
hour.
Wow. Do we have to watch him for a half hour?
They really did pump him full of crap. Holy man. I'm going to push it forward.
And export jobs. Now we export American products and create American jobs. Right here in America. Where jobs belong. With every new job, with every new factory, pride and hope is being brought back to communities. You, President, to walk a picket line. You got it. Cutting carbon emissions in half by 2030. Launching a climate corps, similar to AmeriCorps or Peace Corps, creating tens of thousands of jobs for young people in the future. We're going to make sure this continues. Reducing carbon emissions. Look at their project, get back their schools back open. And we gave public school teachers a raise. We paid job Pell Grants by $900.
Public school system sucks. Quit giving freaking teachers money to do nothing. They're not teaching your students to do a damn thing. 0 students are learning anything from the teachers, from the school system, other than the indoctrination camps that they are. If you can help it, you can fight it, you can argue it, you can prove it that's not needed. I'm seriously to the point where I know, because he can read and he can count and he can do basic math, that my 5-year-old does not seriously need to go into a public school. But my wife has it stuck in her head. Oh, he needs to be socialized. He needs friends. He needs this, that, and the other.
Put him in a sport.
You don't need that. Right, exactly. You don't need all of that. You just put him in a sport, and then we can go ahead and we can scrap the ridiculous school, because, if probably test and get him through 1st grade right now.
Mm-hmm. You could.
Probably test him, get him through 2nd grade. He's reading. Just saying.
Millions of families so they can get married, start a family, buy a home, and begin to build family wealth and contribute to the community and grow our economy. It's not costing us, it's creating more wealth. We fundamentally transformed how our economy grows.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Shut the fuck up. Quit being ignorant. These motherfuckers, they piss me off too much.
That's how I feel when we watch, your daily lineup.
These motherfuckers. I found it kind of interesting, and then all of a sudden you had sent something to me. House Oversight Committee. Comer opens investigation into Tim Walz. After many failed attempts to advance the impeachment probe into Joe Biden, Republican House Oversight Committees is shifting their target to Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz. Oversight Chair Rep. James Comer on Friday announced investigating into Walz's ties to China, asking FBI Director Christopher Wray for information about the Minnesota Democrats dealing with the country. It has come to the committee's attention that Governor Walz's longstanding connection to the CCP, connected entities and officials that make him susceptible to the party's strategy of elite capture, which seeks to co-opt influential figures in elite political, cultural, and academic circles to influence the United States to the benefit of the communist regime and the detriment to Americans. Oh, they're going to go and they're going to seek out Governor Walz now. They're going to be like, well, okay. Being that we don't really need to worry about impeaching the man that's not going to be the president in any way.
I don't even think he's the president now.
I
think Kamala's taking over that job.
Yep. I would assume, as you just said, that would happen within the next month. I know that we didn't listen to the whole thing. A couple of things that I kind of skimmed through and looked through the day kind of sounded like he pretty much almost concedes to it. So, I mean, it could be faster than you think. What up, Keith Gregory? Good to see you. Again, fuck you, YouTube. Hit that like button over there if you can, I guess. We watched these things the other day. We watched that thing the other day where they actually kind of talk about some of the don't really care what he actually did. But when it comes down to it, I actually covered some of the other stuff that Walz has done in the past with the Chinese government in a couple of previous shows that we've done, where honeymoon in Tiananmen Square type situations. I mean, you can be as disgusting and as disturbing as you want as a human being. But if you think that Walz is anything better than most, I mean, look at Swalwell, look at Newsom, look at Walz. They're all the same.
Yep.
They're all the same. Each and every single last one of them tied deep into the CCP and what they're about and willing. You seriously don't think Kamala Harris is communist? This is exactly what you're seeing. And the funny is I have this sitting in front of me. I'm reading this evening and kind of going through it. I'm like, yep, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to kind of add this to the fat of the matter. Young lady here goes and sends me an Alex Jones emergency. Tim Walz has confirmed CCP agent through Alex Jones. So, I mean, I didn't need Alex Jones to tell me, but, to reiterate the point, if you didn't want to believe me, a guy from Minnesota, you can go ahead and you can go look at Alex Jones. He might be able to conspiracy theory tell you.
Maybe.
A little bit more than maybe I would go into because, I'm not going to tell you a bunch of fucking shit and elaborate it to make it sound like it's more than it really was and say, oh my God, I can't believe it. Look at he actually went to Wuhan. I have no clue. I seen the photos and the pictures of him actually going and doing his thing in Tiananmen Square with his wife. Okay, you can honeymoon wherever you please. That's on you.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes down to it, you're damn well right that guy's tied to the CCP. It's come out. Leftist media is calling it out. Alex Jones is calling it out. If we weren't at over 3 hours already, I'd go ahead and watch 41 minutes of Alex Jones, but I don't think you want to watch 41 minutes of Alex Jones right now.
I just have to stand up for a second.
No. We got some. So as far as that goes, I mean, it might be something. If you're interested, you're out there, you're listening. You're like, can I get the Alex Jones link? Yeah, we can get that link to you or whatever, so that you can watch the confirmation yet one more time from a different person that Tim Walz is communist Chinese propaganda artist. Sheeple in sheep's clothing, just sitting there doing what sheep do. It's disturbing. I really don't like him. I've reiterated my point over and over again on that man. I don't know if I'm glad Comer's doing something. Comer says, let's do it. Okay, good. Let's do it.
Scotsman is here.
Scotsman's here. Hello?
But he's
Hello?
muted. Scotsman, you're muted.
Hello? Good evening, good sir.
Well,
I just kind of there was something else that was on the tagline or in the
AI.
No,
The AI.
it was just the AI. Oh shoot! Wait a minute.
Did you forget about that?
Well, the AI. No, I knew that was there, but I thought there was. Damn it! My math was way off. I didn't have a lot of time to do things today, and by the time I did get a chance to get to it and do something, I really seriously just kind of like I'm like, oh, there's a lot, and let's see if I can't kind of compile it and make it be a thing. Um, what does my thumb? What does it say? What's at the bottom? What's in the description line, everybody? What does it say? Can you see the description line?
It says The Simpsons predict everything. DNC 2424, Trump, Vance campaign, yacht stinks of off Italian coast, and can you fall in love with AI?
Aha, yacht. That's why I'm like, wait a minute. There wasn't
There
one
was
thing
something.
left. There's two things left. There's that, but then there's fat. There's fat in between that, and so which isn't a lot, because you know one of them. You know one of them.
Which one?
The McDonald's one.
Oh, yeah.
This one can be fairly quick when it comes down to it. Scotsman?
No,
Oh,
he's gone
back
again.
up. I found this kind of interesting, and the only reason I found this interesting is because it says there's 2 Americans amongst the 6 people that are missing that on a boat that seemingly got hit by a tornado in the middle of the water.
Okay.
Rome. 6 people, including 2 U.S. nationals, a British technology entrepreneur, and one of the daughters, were believed to be missing Monday after a large sailing yacht sank off the coast of the southern Italian island of Sicily during the violent storm. The 184 Bayesian had been anchored about a half mile off the port of Porticello near Palermo, with 22 people on board, 10 crew members and 12 passengers. Holy, more crew members than passengers? All right. I mean, why? Wow. Everybody gets a personal attendant. The
Mm-hmm.
vessel sank at about 5 a.m. local time. That's 11 p.m. Eastern Sunday, after being hit by a possible waterspout spawned by the storm. Italian media said that the wind snapped the boat's single mast unbalanced in the vessel, causing it to capsize. 15 of those on board managed to escape. The yacht were rescued by a Dutch flagged vessel that was anchored in immediate vicinity. They were brought ashore at Italian Coast Guard and firefighters. One body, an unidentified male, is recovered by 6 people remained, but 6 people remained missing. The Coast Guard said, including Americans, British, and Canadian nationals. Italian media said there are 2 U.S. nationals among those missing, but CBS News was unable to immediately reach the Coast Guard to confirm the number. Among the survivors was a 1-year-old British girl who was being treated for a nearby hospital with her parents. They're doing well. All right. For 2 seconds, I lost my child to the sea. Then I immediately was able to grab her again in the fury of the waves. The girl's mother, identified only as Charlotte, was quoted as saying to Italy's ANSA news agency, "I held on very tightly in the stormy sea. Many were screaming. Likely the riffraff opened up and 11 of them managed to get aboard. It was terrible. In just a few minutes, the boat was hit by a very strong wind and sunk soon thereafter." Kristen Borner, the captain of the Dutch vessel that came to the rescue, told ANSA that it had been anchored near the Bayesian. When the storm was over, we noticed that the ship behind us was gone. Then we saw a red flare. So my first mate and I went to the position and we found a life raft drifting. And the life raft was a little baby and a wife of the owner. The search effort was still underway Monday for the area for the 4 Coast Guard vessels. The Coast Guard helicopter and dive team and the National Fire Brigade taking part. The Bayesian appeared to have sunk in the area of the depth of about 160 feet. Fire Brigade divers had reached the boat and seen bodies trapped inside some of the cabin. Witnesses said that the boat appeared to have sunk quickly. It was at home when the tornado hit, fishermen said. I immediately closed all the windows when I saw the boat. It had been only one mast, and I suddenly saw it sink. The boat was still floating. Oh, okay. That had to have been scary to see. Director General Sicily Civil Protection Agency Salvatore goes, I want to know who the people are. Because there's some British tech entrepreneur, Mike Lynch, whose company Autonomy Corporation PLC was acquired in 2011 by HP, one of the daughters of Hannah Lynch, who is believed to be 18, and the boat's chef Ricardo Thomas. Just eerily similar each time that there's somebody that just so happens to get caught up in something kind of weird, reckless, destroyed, something, whatever. It's like somebody of significance.
Right.
This British tech entrepreneur. Huh? I mean, doesn't look like he was still working as it was in an acquired company as of 2011, but what else was he doing?
I wonder whose hit book they're in. Whose body count?
I knew I'd heard that. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I knew I'd heard that name before, Mike Lynch. He's got a few esoteric shadows around his life, I'm sure, to do with the government and conspiracy stuff. Just try to find it, man.
The
I know the
British
name Mike Lynch.
183-foot luxury sailing yacht is owned by Rev Tom, a firm controlled by Lynch's wife, and registered to the Isle of Man. Documents show it it tilted and sank after being hit by a ferocious weather about 4 a.m. Monday. Huh. It was owned by her. She's okay.
Very quickly. Mike Lynch was
She's
the guy
okay.
who had
She was on the life draft, right? Is that the way we read it?
Sorry?
She said that she was on the life draft, right? Is that what it says? Did I just kind of equate something that wasn't true? I do that sometimes for us, and I'm like, is that what they said? Huh? Little baby and the wife of the owner.
He had an $8 billion fraud acquittal. Something to do with something in the States here. It's wrong with to log into the site to find out more, but yeah, he had a very big
There's something.
$8 billion.
There's something. Telling you, there's something.
He's a government bad guy. I can't find the things. I know that Mike Lynch has been someone who was pushed out in the front of new policies, integration into the marketplace. I can't find anything about him, but I'm sure that's him. Oh well, he's dead now, as Mr. Gates would say.
Oh well, as Mr. Gates would say. I mean, the company Autonomy Corporation PLC was acquired in 2011. So, this kind of.
Does it mention anything about his fraud case? Or just a true sympathiser? You do get.
Oh no, I'm listening to you. I really am. But you know what? Here, listen to this. While the yacht was privately owned, pleasure boat and waters around the island have claimed many lives over the last decade. Dozens of migrants have died attempting to reach Sicily and the smaller Italian islands in the region. Sicily sits about 100 miles from the east coast of Tunisia and northern Africa in the Mediterranean, crossing has been frequent site of both nautical rescues and disasters. The smugglers routinely use small. Why did they bring that into it?
Just
Why did they bring in the ridiculous at the end there?
Because maybe they just know ridiculous is true. Why not? Everything else is
I
ridiculous.
hate to believe that this isn't like somebody of significance. Like we would hear more about this particular gentleman in the next few. Mike Lynch, British tech. Mike Lynch will be something that we'll pay attention to. Known as
Nothing to
Britain's.
see.
Oh, jeez. Here, I'm going to show you this one.
Nothing to see.
This is
Icebergs.
Fox.
The icebergs in
This
that
is
here.
Fox
Iceberg.
News. Fox News says
Electric shocks.
British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch, known as Britain's Bill Gates, and 2 Americans are among 6 missing. Oh, okay. Britain's Bill Gates just went missing. That's kind of disturbing thought to think.
Let's not talk about the war.
I mean, we'll talk about it more in the future.
There's nothing to see. Move along. A man fell off a boat and died. It's good. That's it. Nothing to see.
Yeah, not when he's got
Dead, though.
millions of dollars and he just so happens to go missing, but the wife is fine with the baby. Purdue Farms
dead
recalls over
already.
167,000 pounds of chicken product due to potential metal contamination.
What?
Oh, metal chicken. Metal chicken's my
Purdue
favorite.
Foods is recalling 167,000 pounds of some chicken products. The poultry company voluntarily recalled 167,171 pounds of frozen chicken after foreign materials identified a limited number of consumer packages. According to the release, the recall, which is the company made in coordination with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, affected 3 dozen Purdue products. The Simply Smart organic gluten-free breaded chicken breast nuggets. There's too many words in that one before me even think about trying to buy that. The breaded chicken breast tenders. Nope, it says breaded. Butcher Box organic free fully frozen cooked breast chicken nuggets.
Oh.
Still too many fucking
Well
words
done,
for me
brother.
to buy. If y'all are buying any of these and eating
see that
any of
again?
this stuff, be careful of foreign metal objects.
Chicken nuggets.
Huh?
Another man ding dong.
We're having
along with
audio
it.
issues with you.
Big ones.
Are you on the right mic, Scotsman? Or on your headphone mic? Can you tell?
He says,
Okay.
Lamau. Kinesi just rated my stream. Raid. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Much appreciated, brother.
Fast food companies and other food processors drive down the cost of food.
It got put here because it's next to other food related things. I mean,
relentlessly and force economies of scale and efficiencies, or what are called efficiencies, on farming. And I'll just give you one example. If you go to McDonald's anywhere in the world, you will find French fries, or chips, as you call them, and you will find that they're always made from the same potato, the russet Burbank potato. This is a potato from America that's unusually long and difficult to grow. And
other than in like certain particular areas of the United States, because they're very well known for growing potatoes in that particular climate, and they have perfected it. Which is why so many different countries have issues. China several times have taken dirt samples from the United States to run samples to try figuring out what it is that the United States is doing to have such lush, big crops of large, elongated potatoes and fully formed ears of corn and things that of
Do they
abundance.
really want to know? Do we really want to know?
Oh, you spoke that food sexy there, man, and you were only talking about potatoes.
The big
Really,
and
man.
long.
Long,
The big,
smooth, big, full, juicy. Oh, peel it, put it in the pot,
And it was
mash it up.
just
a little bit
about
of
the
butter,
disgusting
some
ass
seasoning.
russet Burbank.
Yes, please, sir. What will you do with my onion?
I might cry over that.
But that's what they want, because
That's what she
when you're
said.
when you're McDonald's, you like those red boxes with a little bouquet of very long chips. It looks really good. And so they insist that all their potatoes be russet Burbanks, and they further insist that they have no blemishes at all. There's a very common defect of russet Burbank potatoes called net necrosis. And you've seen potatoes with a little brown line sometimes, or spots that comes through it. Well, McDonald's won't buy them if your potatoes have that. And the only way to eliminate that is to eliminate an aphid. And the only way to do that is with a pesticide called Monitor. That is so toxic that the farmers who grow these potatoes in Idaho won't venture outside into their fields for 5 days after they spray. And then when they harvest their potatoes, they have to put them in these atmosphere-controlled sheds the size of a football stadium because they're not edible for 6 weeks. They have to off-gas all the chemicals in them. So you see, the desire for a certain kind of chip leads to a certain kind of agriculture. But the other thing on the health side, when I started learning...
When he talks about it that way, he seriously reminds me of the I have to actually find the clip. Of the farmer that yells at the little girl that's sitting across the way from him about how many more animals you killed trying to make tofu than you would if you just let the cow go ahead and eat the weeds and feed on the cow. It's just ridiculous. It's funny. New schedule, Koolfrogg? I've run a little late. Only about a half hour.
Now, that would be a
About
great job
nutrition.
to have, the potato inspection officer for McDonald's.
Oh, not with the russet potatoes themselves.
Yeah, no.
In the store.
You're checking potatoes all day. Like, no, that's not good. Oh,
No,
hey,
I've seen
we
things
got
about
one.
this kind of stuff before about the fast food industry's ways of making things work certain ways to get what they want all the time in uniform because it makes it easier.
Street bananas.
Kinesi, thank you for the $1. I will keep rumbling like a rock star. You too, sir. Good sir. You too. You should come join me
Kinesi the
sometime.
diamond, man.
Agriculture. But the other thing on the health side, when I started learning about nutrition, about which, by the way, much less is known than you might think, that the scientific understanding of nutrition is still very primitive. But I learned that what mattered most about one's health was not necessarily the nutrients, good or bad, that you were consuming or staying away from, or even the calorie counts. But what predicted a healthy diet more than anything else is the fact that it was being cooked by a human being and not a corporation. Corporations cook very differently than people do. They use vast amounts of salt, fat, and sugar, much more than you would ever.
Salt, fat, and sugar. Fun.
For using your own cooking. And the reason they do that is those are three incredibly...
I mean, not to make us sound like broken records or anything around here, but you know, when it comes down to your diet, I mean, there's a lot of things that you can do to help yourself and make yourself feel better by eating good things as opposed to eating the disgusting things. There's a lot of disgusting things out there. We seemingly seem like we're a broken record lately because we just keep on
No,
going
you're
off.
not a broken record, brother. It's always good to grow up and have responsibility for your body. Some people don't get to that point.
But it's what you're saying that all makes sense. It's just that every single one of us have been sinners, still sin on little levels. Sometimes we are sinning and we don't even know about it. A lot of these saturized and emulsified things they have in food are salt and sugar based. Doesn't say that on the packet. Sugar-free ain't sugar-free. But what you're saying, it's not a broken record, brother. It's a good seed you're planting. Yeah, man.
I mean, that's why I said it did not to sound like one, because it's like we've repeated
You're not.
ourselves several times over the last several months about this particular issue of what's in your food. What's in your food? What's going on? What they're
But
doing?
you know what it's like. We can be so blasé about so many things, brother, even exercise. But as soon as we start to get ill and we start to do our own investigation and think, oh, wait a minute, I could have that, and that, and then start to self-diagnose, start to treat yourself and start to feel a lot better. Yeah, you start to face up to these things, but usually it's not until you start to feel the effects of something. And unfortunately, by that time, it's too late. This is not a broken record. I endorse your message.
As I eat fruit snacks.
I was actually just thinking about having.
She's like, I got
having
this
some
gelatin.
You see,
high fructose corn
hypocrisy
syrup.
comes quite easy.
You know what I had for dinner?
Some kids, they just don't grow up.
Wait, you want to know what I had for dinner?
Yeah, I do. What'd you have?
I had the toast with the butter and the sugar. I was out of cinnamon.
What you
So it
were
was just
talking about
butter
the
and
other day.
sugar. And I made a butter sugar sandwich.
She made a butter sugar sandwich. I was telling her what yesterday, the day before, whatever, about the as a kid running 2 pieces of bread through the toaster. Make sure that you got butter from edge to edge. Don't miss a part of it. And then smear it in cinnamon and sugar. And then you take more butter. And you'd make sure that the cinnamon and sugar was stuck. And you take the other piece of bread, do the same thing, and then stick them together.
Yeah, but
So
I
you
couldn't
just
find the
layers and
cinnamon,
layers
so-
of cinnamon and sugar and butter.
Do you know why we actually do these things? There's a deep-rooted reason why we do these things, because we can't lash out at anything else. We take it out on ourselves. We do it all the time. We are our own worst enemies. And do you know something? Sometimes we're like, fuck it, 3 donuts, ice cream, and a milkshake, because we can't let this thing out. And we just take it out on ourselves.
Good
you know?
analogy. Good analogy.
It's true, mate. It just is. And we need that comfort thing, because we are uncomforted. Because what you would really like to do is stuff these donuts and sugars down the faces of the people who are going the way of the woke issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys
Bacon,
go a beast.
wrap,
That will just make it better for us.
Bacon, cheeseburgers, bacon and eggs, ribs, chicken wings, inside
Who's talking?
bacon, and bacon. Who's eating bacon? Why are you eating bacon? I mean, I get
Bacon
it.
wrapped
'Cause it
chicken,
tastes good.
bacon cheeseburgers.
It tastes
bacon
good.
No, I
eggs.
get it. But when you cured
Devil's advocate. What
Sugar.
difference does it make? What difference does it make?
it's the one thing that's cured with sugar.
Brother, do you know something? See, a lot of these
Attractive.
smoked products and cured products, I've mentioned this before, there's a chemical in it called DMN. It's a preservative chemical, but it's also a dual chemical, but it has a psychological and a gastroenterology connection, as my stomach just rumbles. And a psychological effect, what this chemical actually does, creates the opposite effect of what DMT actually does on a minimal level. It creates a thing called, psychologists call it lateral thought. They use it in deep psychology. They've got this in food. It dumbs you down. Why have a chemical in food that decreases brain use?
Right,
Obviously,
exactly.
it's
And that's what-
the answer is there for everybody.
I mean, I like my bacon too. Don't
Yeah,
get me
man.
wrong. Don't get me
Me
wrong.
also.
But when it comes down to it, you can't just eat bacon. You're still just consuming this stuff that the government been trying to feed down your throat.
But that's what I'm talking about. It's a deep psychological thing. When you look out there and you're like, you know what, nothing's going to change, so why should I care? Why should I care about me when obviously nobody cares about me, sort of vibe. People just get into that mindset. And when I'm saying what difference does it make, I know it makes a big bit of difference, but that's the point you get to. What difference does it make? Give me another line, give me another donut, give me another whatever. Because you just feel unconnected, disenfranchised with the whole social system. Everybody's going crazy. Make it a double bacon burger. Fuck it. Double whiskey.
No bun.
Yeah. But that's just shows you how desperate hopelessness can get you to. And unfortunately, when they've got us in all this food and psychology going on, it's quite a difficult hole to dig yourself out of. That's why this is not a broken record.
She said something.
No, it's my back.
Hallelujah, she said.
Yeah, we're gonna wrap up here quick.
After we sing happy birthday.
Quick as we can.
No.
Tomorrow.
And a frog
Whatever
voice,
you use in your
and a
own
frog.
cooking. And the reason they do
frog.
that is those are three incredibly attractive and incredibly cheap ingredients. And when they're layered properly, as in a chip or various pastries and forms of junk food, they're incredibly addictive. And in fact, people in the industry, they don't talk about addiction in the food industry, even though they traffic in addiction. They talk about craveability. It's the same thing. And snackability is another term they use. It's a lovely word.
Craveability, snackability. What the flip?
Anyway, so I came to see that cooking has a huge bearing on our health. And in fact, there's been a lot of research in America that shows that even poor women who cook have healthier diets than wealthy women who don't.
I believe it.
Me also.
I believe it. You know why? Because when I go to the store today to grab fruit and vegetable for the next 3 or 4 days, out of the groceries that I walked out of the store with, normally if you grab 4 bags of groceries, on anything else, you're spending damn near $80. I spent 40.
I asked him if he shopped at the dollar store today.
Seriously. And then, on top of that, in the last 2 months, when it comes to meat, when I've gone to the store, which I'm getting kind of close to the bottom side of that level where it needs to be replenished again. Seriously, I've only spent like $190 in 2 months.
That's crazy.
$250 in 3 months on food? I'm like, people are saying they're spending that in a week.
I spend that in a week on my cats.
I went into one of the more expensive supermarkets yesterday just to go in to buy a bit of meat. I just wanted to, and when I get into the store, I've not been in this store for months. They have a big section now, right along the right-hand side of the store, that says health food. Health food. Right. So does that mean all the rest of the store is unhealthy food?
Yes.
There's the health food. There it is. Want some health food? There you go. If you don't want health food, go over there and shop.
No, right.
So I just bought some chocolate.
Walk
I just
into
bought
any
some
of
chocolate
these
biscuits and a
stores,
chocolate
you'll
milkshake.
look at some of the stuff, and I've been trying to figure out things for like flours, like flax seed, the
Yeah,
hemp
man.
seed, stuff
Yeah,
like
man.
that, or whatever is supposed to be better, or whatever, when it comes to making breads and stuff or whatever. Because
yeah, man,
I know Tadpole still needs, or
Hey.
is gonna want certain things.
Listen, see when it's bread, you can be like turmeric. You can be throwing any little dashes of amazing herbs into your food.
Right. No, right,
Antioxidants,
exactly. I can
antioxidants in your
actually
bread.
put some good things in some of his in some of the food to actually give him the things that would be negated with whatever this food pyramid thing that they're trying to push, or plate whatever that they're trying to push.
And you can put lots of fruits through bread also.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
So you see, the usual
Y'all
class
spending too
bias in
much
the
money
quality
out
of
there, Steve.
diet is overtaken by this fact, this key fact: who's cooking your food?
Who's cooking your food?
I just found it interesting how it takes 6 weeks for them to even go and touch those potatoes while the chemicals air out.
Because they're too afraid to even come near it.
And that's what you eat at McDonald's.
Just getting down there. Last couple here. And they're just kind of like, we can headline it if we need to. SpaceX is about to send 4 people into the wild and risky mission into a radiation belt. Wow! Let's go.
This was just to show you when we're talking about bread and stuff. So this is what happens when you get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. And you
Good
do
job,
the dough
Scotsman.
and you
Good
do the
job.
proving and you mix the proving and stuff like that. And there it is, health. No sugar, no salt, and sustenance. Just with a little plain bit of pureed vegetable soups. Your
Good
immune
job,
system
Scotsman.
thanks you every single day, man.
Good job,
Yeah, I know, good job, but I'm making cakes later.
They
So
say that the
bread's
potato-
good, and the cakes are a bit sugary.
6 weeks is to get rid of that, huh? Yeah, that's weird. That's weird.
Just do it, man.
Would you like to visit the radiation belt?
Oh, this sounds good.
No.
Well, do you know a radiation belt would be better than the string.
Why the fuck would
The
4 people
string
want to
map.
go to the radiation belt?
I need a belt.
When billionaire Jared Isaacman self-funded a mission to orbit Earth in 2021, the project was billed as a childhood cancer fundraiser and made for an eye-popping entrance into a private space tourism world. The 4-person crew of people with various backgrounds with no prior spaceflight experience spent 3 days orbiting Earth together in a 13-foot wide SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. Upon the return,
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Isaacman imagined he likely would not go to space again.
If this
We
is the
kind of checked
radiation belt,
everyone- But
sorry, if this is through the radiation belt and it's for a cancer for kids charity, radiation.
No, 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 no,
cancer,
no, 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 no,
radiation, cancer. What?
no, not that
What
kind
was
of
it for?
radiation belt. To
No, I know.
the radiation belt in outer space.
Yeah, I know the radiation belt in outer space, but that's why they've chose the cancer charity. Sponsored by Pfizer. Wait till you see.
Well, I mean, you could look up
Radiation.
Isaacman to see what Isaacman is about, because Mr. Isaacman.
Don't need to. NASDAQ,
Jared
CDC,
Isaac-
ex-employee.
I thought that maybe I wouldn't go back. That maybe the bar was set sufficiently high that this was good time to stop. The assessment of the future of spaceflight, however, did not stick. And Isaac and 3 crewmates, including his close friend and former Air Force pilot Scott Kid Poteet, as well as two of his SpaceX engineers, Anna Menon and Sarah Gillis, will arrive at Kennedy Space Center in Florida to prepare for a launch of a far grander, more dangerous and experimental trip to space. Why? 3:30 a.m. August 26th. They're gonna go ahead and they're gonna launch these 4 into space.
It's for charity.
5
It's all
days
for charity.
aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon, the same one that they were just on. They're gonna. It sounds like take them through radiation belt. Extravehicular activity suits with SpaceX design developed for just 2.5 years.
Oh, looks like the COVID virus on his helmet.
That's what it does. The first of three.
The Dawn crew will travel into the oval-shaped orbit that extends 870 miles from Earth, that swell into the inner band of Earth's Van Allen radiation belt, which begins at around 600 miles in altitude. The belts are areas where concentrations of high-energy particles that come from the sun and interact with the Earth's atmosphere are trapped, creating two dangerous bands of radiation, according to NASA.
This is all just promotion for chemotherapy. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So way out here, so you can see, like first ring, outer ring of where they put most of their satellites, and then they're like, there's this thing, this big huge belt, and they're like in the center, way out here, with this thing. They're gonna go fly. Let's go.
It looks like a big.
It looks like a
Go ahead, say it.
butt plug.
It looks like some sort of pimped out. What's the word?
Rocket, dildo.
Oh, is that a rocket?
Hypersonic butt
Looking at the
missile.
wrong screen.
Hypersonic butt missile.
What do you call that? Hypersonic what?
Butt missile.
Butt missile.
Ah, hey.
Ho ho.
Van Allen.
I mean,
would maybe be able to tell you that.
Oh, when at the radiation belt.
That's the story.
To tighten your radiation belt. Toxins. Oh, toxins and radiation. Here we go, sponsored by Pfizer.
The SpaceX do not include a primary life support system, which is essentially a backpack that allows ISS astronauts to float freely through space. Instead, the Polaris Dawn crew will receive their life support from long hoses attached to the spacecraft. Then there's a matter
Yeah, it's
of
like you're floating about, you're floating about, and you're saying, I ain't feeling too good. And you're like, your hose is off, mate. What? My life hose?
Is everybody's support off of the same? Because what happens if I'm sitting there with this right here and all of a sudden I go,
No. I know what would happen.
Did I just give you all COVID?
No, but I would have my life support hose on, and I would just be going outside, and all of a sudden they'd be like, "Is that indica?" And there you would be blowing smoke into my hose. Like, look, mate, I'm in the radiation belt, and you're getting me higher than, how high did they say it was? 42,000 miles, 42,000 feet.
I don't know.
That's fast.
I think if you need a life hose attached, it's not a good idea.
That would scare the shit out of me.
Wow, this thing really freaking long article for CNN.
Copy and paste works well, mate.
True.
Pushing the envelope.
Jackie, I mean, see what she what that she you see it makes it sound like she wrote this herself. Good job, Jackie.
Fundamentalist. Yeah, Jackie, take a day off, mate.
Can I take a day off?
I thought this was your day off.
No.
I don't.
A day off from what, life?
Yes.
A day
What
off
day
from
would you
life? Sorry, that ain't happening.
You should pick a day.
You can lay down if you like. Just keep moving your legs. We know you're still alive.
Okay.
AMD is buying server maker ZT Systems for $4.9 billion as chip maker strengthens AI capabilities.
There's no rest for the wicked, mate.
They're going to leave NVIDIA in the dust. I have a feeling they're going to try leaving NVIDIA in the dust as NVIDIA's sitting there fighting to do much of anything right now. AMD go buying that. I think that's going to be a big, huge bolster to AMD. I know there's a lot of people out there that would prefer an AMD over the NVIDIA stuff or whatever. So, I mean, I get it. I get it. Amazing. It's a lot of money. Got one left. Last one. Like I said, I guess I kind of overshot today. Wasn't even thinking.
Oh, no. Yeah. People are falling in love with and getting addicted to AI voices. Do you know something, mate? Something really strange, right? something really strange. So I was listening to some stuff the other night, and I'll hear some AI stuff. It was like voodoo, right? Do you know where this is coming from? Some algorithm space where it's created from a data bank of words and suggestions and genres and that sort of stuff. We're now being infected, right? We're being infected. We're being given suggested and inspiration and aspiration from something that is artificial, right?
Do you
So
like my
whatever
voice,
anybody
Scotsman?
may think may inspire or aspire them from what they are listening to from this auto-generated system, it is that, and that's what we will be. This is an unbelievable sponge.
Because it's AI generated. This is our last day together. It's something you might say to a lover. A whirlwind romance comes to an end. But could you ever imagine saying it to software? Well, somebody did. When OpenAI tested
Is this someone getting a divorce?
GPT-40, its latest generation chatbot that speaks aloud in its own voice, the company observed users forming an emotional relationship with the AI, one they seem sad to relinquish. In fact, OpenAI thinks there's a risk of people developing what is called an emotional reliance on the AI model, as the company acknowledged in the recent report. Emotional reliance is, are easy to come by, really, when it comes down to it. You think about it.
Of course, mate.
I mean, just in friendship, people, sitting there, listen to you, rely on somebody to, whatever, help you out through whatever issues. And sometimes you don't expect it, but it happens more
This is
often than
loaded.
you-
This is
Mhm.
yeah.
It's
But
vast.
this is loaded. I totally take your point, but this is definitely loaded because also emotional reliance could mean going to the doctor for Valium. It could put you in a downward spiral to depression and suicide.
This is leftist Vox.
I know.
This is Vox, so you have to remember they're super, super far left. So when it
I'm
comes
okay.
down to
I'm
what
fine.
they're
I'm fine. I'm all right. I'm all right.
Emotional reliances are okay.
Emotional damage.
The ability to complete tasks for the user while also storing and remembering key details and using those in the conversation, OpenAI notes, creates both a compelling product experience and the potential for over-reliance and dependence. That sounds uncomfortably like addiction. And
No, 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 no,
OpenAI's
no,
chief
no, no, no.
technology... No, you got to wait till end of paragraph. Marathi straight up said that in designing chatbots equipped with the voice mode, there is the possibility that we design them in the wrong way and they become extremely addictive and we sort of become enslaved to them.
You're right. You have to be really lonely.
Paragraphs that are Scotsman. Sorry, brother.
No. That's me that apologising. It's just I can't sometimes stop myself.
You heard
Yeah,
that first sentence and it snapped. You're like, that sounds uncomfortably like
well,
addiction.
it sounds uncomfortable, like an addiction. That's what I'm saying. It's like if we can be ever honest, we all have so many addictions in our life. We just do. It's a fact. This sort of stuff. This is a much more deeper rooted psychological, incepted addiction, where it's like denial will not be the river.
I mean, so then Balls says it's a true fact that AI and computers are very addictive, as you can see me here every night. You can see me here every night, almost every night. I took Sundays out for now. I was so bored last night. Because I do this stuff in the middle of the night. So it's like, yeah, I'm just like thinking about it and I'm like,
it was just when I was listening to
it's too much. You can't do it every single night because it is just that. It's very, very addictive. It's very easy to come back every night.
That AI music, I was transported to the FEMA camp that I will be locked up in, and this is the only music that they will play to you. There is no music, there is no musicians, no poets, no writers. You're not allowed to be able to speak freely and open your mind. It needs to be this generic-based voodoo like DMN. I don't know yet. I'll guarantee you, though, because unfortunately, in our thinking patterns, this is amazing, mate. In our thinking patterns, create the chemical DMN. So probably a lot of the stuff that we do listen to that is AI will be creating an overload of DMN, lateral thought, psychology. Google search this shit. And it's all in
chase
bacon.
the addiction, or am I catching that the wrong way?
Say that again, mate.
I said it sounds like Balls just said chase your addiction, or am I catching that the wrong way? You and Faulkner 30-second clips. Who what?
I think he's talking about your clips you put out
You like the
earlier.
clips? You guys been watching the clips?
I saw the clip.
Yeah, man.
There's 3 of them that I put out yesterday.
My Boeing one was the favorite.
The Boeing one. I know. I remembered that one. There was another one that I wanted to do or whatever, and it was more on a serious note of where, and I can't find it. I couldn't find it. I was looking. Was the where she says something about too much time on computers and electronics, and I break out to say, I am not here on Sundays. I wanted to kind of clip something of that variation or whatever so that I could put that out there so everybody would understand that I'm not live on Sundays. Because it would just be kind of a funny little way of actually, oh, he's not here on Sundays. Okay, good to know. I can't find it. I was looking for it. I can't find it.
Well, you can use this clip now though.
Hey, Koolfrogg, are you here on Sundays?
It was very detailed.
Yeah, are you here? You're not here on Sunday, are you?
I'm not. I should not be.
Okay. No. So no Sunday. Just to understand, no Sundays.
I sat in Discord bored by myself all day.
Well, that's
Come
really
on.
strange because
No,
I sat
seriously,
outside
seriously,
Discord just
'cause-
watching.
And this Sunday it just shouldn't be because I actually hollered about it this time. Because basically what it was supposed to be is Sunday's supposed to be family day. Sunday's supposed to be family day. And because I didn't
man.
wake up right away, Tadpole woke me up. I got up, I got him a glass of milk, and then I went and I flopped. And as opposed to waking me up to go or do anything for the rest of the day, she got him ready and took him out the house. So they didn't come back until dinner time.
Oh, wow.
And then I'm pissed because he just left me home all day long. Told you that I wasn't going to do the electronics thing. And I was trying to separate myself. So what did I do? I sat in Discord by myself all day long while there's nobody around. And I actually had fun because I was doing other things. I got like my splitter switch all set up, whatever. So like I can go and I can change my camera that where you see me right now to make it actually show either her laptop or the Xbox or the Nintendo Switch. So it's like, yeah, Koolfrogg can play games if he really wants to, because the computer's actually finally fucking working for the first time in 3 years.
That's awesome.
Now it's
Hallelujah.
not completely working. It is, but the Intel side still isn't working. They're having me run a log file so that as opposed to just saying here's the log file. Dude's like, run this file and play the game or do the thing that makes your computer crash. And I'm like, I'll go run the file because I've seen the event viewer. I've seen the event viewer since this morning. And it still does the thing where it fails and
Yeah.
kicks things out, whatever, but that's no longer like whatever restarting the computer because the computer is just doing everything without the processor actually running extra things. It's amazing that it actually runs without it. So eventually, I'll run them that file, and they're gonna look at all of that. They're gonna be like, "Oh, seriously?" It's like every 3 or 4 minutes, there's a
Something crashes.
kernel fail. There's a literal kernel fail, and I'm like, I'm not dumb. It's just that there's a lot of things that I smoked away. There's a lot of things that I smoked away. Was I stupid? Yeah, I was stupid. And I did a lot of things that I shouldn't have done. But whatever. And now we're here. So far, so good. I know, right? Whatever addiction you start making yourself healthy, then change the addiction. No, I mean, don't change the what? Huh? Don't chase your addictions, bro. Don't be changing them. If you're trying to quit smoking, don't pick up doing something else because you want to quit smoking cigarettes. You're just replacing your addiction. It's a mind fuck thing that you just gotta get past. It's hard. I get it.
Yeah, that was a hard one. Scotsman throws his shit in front of the camera.
I mean, there's medication and there's addictions to things. Weed is non addictive. All right. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get addicted to weed. I'll let you know.
The emotional reliance to AI isn't a hypothetical risk. It's already happening. In 2020, I was curious about social chatbots. So I signed up to Replica, an app with millions of users. It allows you to customize a chat with an AI. I named my friend Ellie and gave her short pink hair. We had a few conversations, but honestly, they were so unremarkable that I barely remember what they were about. Uh huh, sure you do. You know so much about her, but you forget. Ellie didn't have a
So,
voice. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry, brother. So, in our new dystopian future, you're allocated your bot. You get one. That's it. You don't have a choice, and you need to name your bot, and you need to choose its sex. And I'm talking about male or female. Faulkner,
Yeah.
what's the name of your bot? What's the name of your bot, and is it male or female? You need to name your bot. You need to register your bot. You need to register your AI bot. You need to register it.
Does it have
Fucker?
short pink hair?
Fucker, yeah, hey, fucker. Yeah, you can call it anything you want.
Fucker does not have short pink hair. It's spiked.
No. No.
You see, you
What
would
was
need
the
to actually
second part
think
of this question?
is you need
Oh,
to
is
try
it
and think
male
that
or
if you,
female?
yeah, that's like so.
Male.
Really imagine
Male.
you
I
you
want a
wake up in the
male
morning
fucker.
and you're about to. Okay.
Oh no.
Anyway.
This is weird. Ellie didn't have a voice. She could text, but not talk. And she didn't have much of a memory. From what I said in previous chats, she didn't feel like a person. I soon stopped chatting with her. But weirdly, I could bring myself to delete her. That's not entirely surprising. Ever since the chatbot Eliza entranced users in the 1960s, despite the shallowness of conversation, which were largely based on reflecting the user's statements back to them, we've known that humans are quick to attribute personhood to machines and form emotional bonds with them. For some, those bonds become extreme. People have fallen in love with their replicas. Some have engaged in sexual roleplay with them, even marrying them in the app. So attached, there are people that, when in 2023 software update made that replicas unwilling to engage in intense erotic relationships, the users were heartbroken and grief struck. I bet you were. What makes AI companions so appealing, even addictive? For one thing, they've improved a lot since I tried them in 2020. They can remember that this said long ago. They respond fast as human. So there's almost no lapse between the user's behavior initiating a chat and the reward experience in the brain. Yes, TikTok brain. Yeah, that 30-second immediate response that everybody's so used to. You watching YouTube Shorts or you watching TikTok or whatever, it consumes you. You can sit there
It
for
does.
hours and all of a sudden you'd be like, oh shit, I didn't get
Right.
anything done. I was only watching shorts all day. It's
That's so
bad.
true.
And they talk with enough personality and humor to make them feel believable as people, while still offering always available, always positive feedback in a way humans do not. And as MIT Media Lab researchers point out, our research has shown that those who perceive or desire an AI to have caring motives will use language that elicits precisely this behavior. This creates an echo chamber of affection that threatens to be extremely addictive. Here's how one software engineer explained why he got hooked on a chatbot. Oh, go fuck yourself. I don't want to hear it. 3 reasons to worry about relationships with AI companions.
Number 1, infection. AI transmitted disease. Lubricant.
Or chatbot make it make it seem like they
Unflammable.
understand us, but they don't. Their validation, their emotional support, their love is all fake. Just zeros and ones, arranged by
Aw.
statistical rules.
I'm feeling really sad now.
You know, they have a couple
That's-
movies out about this.
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
hope nobody's really reading
Weird
this.
science.
This is I feel sorry for people who are fell in love with zeros and ones, man. Hope you're
That girl in
digitally
Weird
okay.
Science was so hot. You know that was a real actress, right? They did a good job.
Megan.
But that's what she was supposed to be. She was a computer, AI generated computer. whatever
Row
thing.
the bot gently down the stream.
Roll your butt. gently
Upload,
down the stream.
download.
Upload, download.
Down the stream. Friendly men.
Okay,
huh?
come on. What?
Second, there's a legitimate concern about entrusting the most vulnerable aspect of ourselves in addictive products that are ultimately controlled by the profit companies from the industry that has proven itself very good at creating addictive products. These chatbots can have enormous impacts on people's love lives and overall well-being. And when they're suddenly ripped away or changed, it can cause real psychological harm, as we saw with replica users. And it's the same thing that you see when you go try taking away a phone or a tablet from a
little
child.
kid, right?
The
I
same
know
thing.
that.
Same thing. Same thing. And you, I, us, maybe we can kind of control ours just a little bit because we know how to kind of maybe try limiting our time on the computer here at 2:00 in the morning. No big deal. No big deal. Some argue that
I'm
this
okay.
makes AI companions comparable to cigarettes. We need some marijuana.
Yeah, that's a great shout, man.
We're gonna go away here in about 3 minutes. We've got 4 hours and 20 minutes on the show. We'll do that. We'll do that 4:20. How's
Yeah,
that sound?
man.
Yeah, man.
Sounds great.
Fuck out of here.
Get out of Dodge, man.
If y'all are sitting there and you get you're getting your rocks off on the internet, addicted
Get
to the
your
internet,
rocks
can't remove yourself from the internet, can't do anything but do the internet. I mean, I
Come
get
join us
it.
in Discord.
Come join us. Right. There is a Discord link.
We're on the
You can actually
internet.
Get in there. If you haven't checked out all the other places that we're at, we're over on Locals. We're in Telegram. Yeah, fuck you, YouTube. It is still live. It is still live. That's gonna go away here in a moment as well. I do appreciate y'all. If you haven't done so, smash, like, share, do all those wonderful things. When you smash, not the AI, the thumbs up button. The thumbs up button. That's what you smash.
Be kind to your bot.
Yes, always love your bot, like your bot.
Okay. Yeah.
Protect your bot. Make
Name
your
your
bot
bot.
your bot.
Treat your bot like one of your own. Part of the furniture. Always been around. That favourite uncle.
I would like to have a bot that cleans my house, cooks me dinner.
But then what good would
Right?
you be?
Oh yeah, I'm down.
I so don't need that.
I mean, does the bot have to actually be a bot, or I'll cook you dinner.
Well, I was going to say, I cook and I clean, so that must make me a bot.
Well, right.
See, that's awesome.
There's enough bots in the room that we could we could
Okay,
automate this
okay,
shit.
guy bots. Hey, good night, balls.
But doing that, have a good night, Scotty Mount Frog. Great show. Thank you. Much appreciated. Y'all can do me a favor, smash that like button, share this out. Like I said, we're gonna go away here in a short moment. I'm gonna go ahead. Let's see. There goes, and that. There goes the YouTube side. Go fuck yourself.